Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marati.
And I'm JTG, aka Jay the God.
AKA the Human Shopping Channel come to life. A brand new Wrestling Insiders Weekend Review begins now. Tickets are on sale now for our 20th anniversary Back to the 80s and 90s WrestleFest Birthday Bash, Saturday, November the 13th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts.
This is Mick Foley.
This is Harley Race.
This is Shelton Benjamin.
This is Mr. Wonderful Paul Orndorff.
This is the Monster Abyss.
And this is Daniel Bryan.
This is JBL, and you're watching the MWF.
Be there live.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, welcome to another installment of Wrestling Insiders Monday Night Mission. I am Dan Marati, along with the man that nearly blew the roof off of Madison Square Garden and every famed venue from coast to coast around the globe. He led men on a mission to Tag Team Championship Gold. I could be only talking about one man, the guiding light of the Monday Night Mission himself, a man that never minds one of Reese's Pieces. O-S-C-A-R. We're talking about Oscar. Oscar, the days literally almost becoming hours at this point until we head to Sin City. Are you there? Did I lose you? Oscar. Up there you are.
I'm sorry, man. Okay.
My introduction almost knocked you out. You were so excited.
Yeah, you knocked me out. I'm sorry. All right.
That's all right.
No, apparently right now it looks like it sounded like I found the place, a house in Atlanta. So.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
When are you planning on leaving?
Right after Vegas.
Wow. Oh, you're gonna move that soon?
Yep.
Wow. You're not wasting any time. Jesus, Oscar. Well, congratulations, I guess, are in order for you and your big move. Are you going to be in Hotlanta itself or in the suburbs? Or?
I'm going to be in the suburbs, a place called Cummings.
Cummings?
Yeah.
All right. Well, that sounds like what goes on at the home of Reese's Pieces, but we won't even go there. What's going on in the world of Oscar this week? Crazy world in professional wrestling. I know you spent a lot of time around the AEW folk this week.
Yeah, I spent a lot of time. Beautiful hotel, like where Conrad and Bruce Pritchard that was used to do something to wrestle with. He would have huge conventions where he brought in everybody he could possibly. He called everybody in his Rolodex, and his Rolodex is limitless.
Right.
Down there at the Schomburg Convention Hotel, a convention hotel. So that's where AEW decided to have their convention, and they had, all the stars came in. I didn't see Sting. I didn't see CM Punk. That's not to say they wasn't there, but I didn't see him. But they had a lot of great names. A lot of fans showed up. And it was funny because it was in the middle of a kids karate tournament where you had kids from all over the world came in to have a huge karate tournament. So that kind of shook things up a little bit. But yeah, I mean, we really had a really good time.
Well, I'm glad. Now, was it an official meet and greet, or were you just kind of roaming around and socializing?
No, I was a fan like everybody else. I was roaming around and I took pictures with some of the fans, and it was better for the fans meeting me because I wasn't there officially, so they didn't have to sign an autograph on the line and move on. I actually had time to talk to some people and relate to some people, and it was really good.
Oh, that's great. You know what? I know you're a very personable individual. Hopefully some fans of the talk show pop by to say hello, and maybe, as a result of meeting you, maybe we have some new fans that'll come to the talk show after meeting and greeting you live and in person in Chi-Town.
Well, yeah, I would hope so. The feedback that I'm getting is the talk show is real popular people want to meet you as much as they want to meet me.
I highly doubt that.
No. You got some. You got a few peekers out there. They think you funny. You got a great voice, and they was like, "Yeah, that guy's good for radio." I'm like, I be trying to tell him, but he don't listen.
Well, you know what? I have a face for radio, I guess. At least that's what Linda told me.
Linda, don't listen to her.
You know Linda. But anyway, did you have a chance to go to the show?
Nah. I didn't want to go. Me going to public events is a rarity. Like I could get tickets to WWE shows and all that, but like going to a Wrestlemania. I mean, it's just too many people, too much trying to get in and out the place. For me is a challenge. I don't walk around.
It's
like
a lot
I
of work.
used to. Yeah, I mean, I be on an electric scooter, so that's
really?
a challenge. Yeah, that's a challenge too. I'm not immobile, but walking is a challenge.
In a big venue, yeah. No, I mean, I've been in the same boat as you.
And that hotel was massive, so I was glad I had a scooter to get around, in and out of there. So I didn't mind, going to the thing because it wasn't in the hotel proper. It was in the convention center, which was connected to the hotel. So you had to go across a bridge to get to the convention center. The room that they in was massive. And so I had my scooter. So, going a couple of times wasn't a problem.
Well, how many days were you there hanging out?
Just two.
Just
2 days.
Two? Okay.
Friday and Saturday.
And how many fans would you say were there? Would you say hundreds, thousands?
It was sold out Friday,
Wow.
and Saturday it was close too.
Well, that's great. I mean, was it individual? Was it like a WrestleCon type setup, or I guess
Yeah,
I'm a little
no, it was a WrestleCon type setup. The stars of AEW had a line going, and they were signing autographs.
Well, that's great. Was almost everybody available?
Now, see that I can't tell you because I wasn't there the whole time, so I don't know. Like I said, I didn't see any of the big names.
I got
But
you.
obviously, that there was some people who were really popular because there were lines out the door for some names that I didn't even know. So like I said, I'm not an avid AEW fan, so I really don't know the roster the way I should being a talk show pundit. But there were people that there were stars there that piqued interest because all those people that I saw had lines going out the door. So yeah.
Wow. Well, but they didn't rent out booths to individual people like a WrestleCon.
No, don't. It was all AEW. The only people that had booths, and there were only a few of them, were some radio guys. Like there was a Sirius XM show that had a booth, and a couple like that.
I gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense. Well, I'm glad you had a good time. Did Mimi go with you?
No. She didn't go. She's down in Atlanta negotiating her housing.
Oh, so she's not even with you right now.
No.
Wow. Well, you'd have a chance to check out the pieces if you were in Vegas right about now.
When I'm in Vegas, Mimi's gonna be there. You crazy?
Mimi will be with us in Vegas?
Mimi will be with us in Vegas because she's gonna be with you when I'm not.
Well, what I'm interested in, Oscar, is this big shindig you were telling me about next Sunday. I don't know if you want to mention it publicly on the...
I mentioned it publicly. The Aria is gonna have a pool party that me and my record company crew is going to. And I'm inviting you to tag along, definitely.
Well, I would love to go. Like I said, my only problem is we have two staffers that are going to be with us. I don't know if there's anything, if they could be media personnel or whatnot, but we can't let down Dan and Fan.
You know what? When you put it like that, we might can work that out, but I gotta let me check with the powers that be first. I mean, when you say it like that, we might can do it like that.
Yeah, I'm
But
not
see,
I'm not the type.
yeah.
I can't leave someone hanging. It's not
There's
me.
a couple of variables. I don't know if the Aria is gonna let us shoot like that.
Well, sometimes it's better to ask for forgiveness than
Yeah.
ask for permission. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Nah, but see, it's not that. Believe me when I tell you, with the people I deal with, it's not that simple. So you want to ask, and then
you deal with the big timers.
Yeah, I deal with the big timers, and my guy that finances everything. He can be a bit much.
Oh, really? Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I can't wait to see how it's going to play out. I'm very excited about our return to Sin City. Hey, you know what? Let me tell you, it's going to be an interesting trip. We always have a heck of a lot of fun out in Sin City. I don't know. I'm at a loss. As you know, we've got a lot going on behind the scenes here in the world of Boston wrestling. I'm on, I think, consecutive day number 73 since I had my 2 days off. So I'm on rope-a-dope with Muhammad Ali right now, Oscar. But anyway, it's going to be great to see so many people. I just wish there were more. I wish we knew of more people that were going to be with us, I guess is the way to put it.
Yeah, I'm gonna apologize in advance. I just got my schedule. I'm gonna see everybody, which I'm looking forward to. But this year, I'm not gonna. From what I got last night, I'm not gonna have as much time to spend with everybody as I normally do. I got a full schedule, with my record company.
So we might not even see much of you other than at the dinners.
Yeah, that's the point I'm trying to make. So we'll see how things pan out.
Well, we're still trying to put together some very interesting guests to join us at the beautiful, luxurious Gold Coast Casino. I wish I could get a little help on that, but again, the cauliflower isn't moving at great speed at this point, unfortunately. I think they need a little you and David Reese to get involved more with the cauliflower, some fresh blood.
I mean, all they got to do is ask, because I know that they've been crippled. I know with the things that B. Bryan Blair going through. And then Morgan Dollar not involved. So, I would imagine that things are really not going, things are not as efficient as they was, because those key players have been kind of like slowed down. And my prayers go out to the people, going through things. And it's good that B. Bryan Blair has Cauliflower Alley to lean on, in these times of trouble, because it really is. Oh, speaking of trouble, I got big trouble of my own that I don't mind sharing
with
everybody.
What happened?
My youngest son got arrested last week.
I didn't even know you had a son.
I got 3 boys.
You do?
Yeah.
When the hell did you have kids?
Man, my sons are grown, 27, 28, and 30.
Where the hell do they live?
One live in Cleveland, one live in California, and one is in New York.
You never cease to amaze me.
Yeah, so anyway, my 28-year-old, he get into some kind of altercation at Walmart, so they arrested him for making terrorist threats. Then the dumb dummy had drugs on him, apparently. And that ain't the big thing. My grandson, I got grandkids. Yeah. Full disclosure. He had my grandson in the car without a car seat, and that's the most serious charge, because they didn't get him for child endangerment. They called that child abuse. So his bond is $150,000.
Oh my God! Well, at least you got it in the bank, I guess, right?
No, I don't. That's what's hurting. That's what's hurting my feelings. I don't got that kind of cash laying around.
So what are you gonna do?
I'm gonna see now when he go back to court if he can get a bond reduction or get a couple of them charges thrown out, because it sounds kind of excessive to me what they doing.
It sounds a little. That's a lot of cash, Oscar.
No, that's a no, but I don't imagine it staying that high. He ain't John Wayne damn Gacy. He ain't shooting no damn body. 150 grand. Come on.
That's a heck of a lot of money. I mean,
That's a lot. That's a lot of money.
you must be in shock.
When I heard it, I'm not in shock now. I've been praying about it, but when I first heard about it, yeah, my jaw hit the ground.
Well, at least he has you as a resource, I guess, over the phone for the time being, right?
He didn't call me, dummy.
He hasn't even called you.
Yo, his girlfriend got a hold of me on Facebook. See, my oldest son is the only one that really stay in touch.
Oh, really? Well, at least it's sad. That those family situations can be difficult, but
Yeah, no, it's beyond difficult. I mean, I am just.
you must
Believe me
be
when I
about
tell
as
you.
exhausted as I am right now.
Nah, but let me tell you something. I would be a year ago, 2 years ago, definitely, but because of my faith right now, I don't let these things get to me like that.
And David Reese.
And yeah, well, if I get in real trouble, right, I got a psychiatrist on standby, so that's a blessing.
Well, that's always a good thing. Well, let's look at the big night that was in Chi-Town at AEW All Out last night, Oscar. Not one, but two monster debuts for the company. A man that co-main evented WrestleMania in Tampa, Florida back in April, Daniel Bryan, Bryan Danielson now, as well as Adam Cole, baby, who just was one of the featured matches on the most recent NXT TakeOver event. Two great additions to the company. Size-wise, they fit perfect. Your thoughts on Daniel Bryan and Adam Cole, now officially part of All Elite Wrestling?
Well, I told you, and you told me, we told everybody that was going over there. It was no doubt at all, because Britt Baker, that's Adam Cole's girl, that's Adam Cole's guy, right?
Or his girlfriend, yeah.
Yeah, his girlfriend. So we said that factor alone, now that he's a free agent, is going to drive him over there, if they'll have him, which there's no reason they wouldn't, because he's a master talent.
Yeah.
Bryan Danielson can work with anybody. So why he would even be, why WWE wouldn't fight harder to keep him is beyond me, because as wrestling goes, an in-ring tactician, there's none, Adam Cole remind me in a sideways kind of way of a Bret Hart.
Really?
Yeah,
wow, I'm really surprised by that.
I say that because Bret trained by his father Stu, and then even Owen. Those guys got in the ring, and they had almost limitless repertoire of things that they can do in the ring. Bret wasn't limited like a lot of guys you see today that are really, really, really big stars, but can only do 7 things in the ring. As far as a wrestler, a grappler, a fighter, and all that. Daniel Bryan is all those things.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
And Daniel Bryan can make anybody, I don't care their size, I don't care, they could be, Daniel Bryan could get in the ring with a monster and still make a good match.
Right.
and it's believable. Everybody cannot do that. So when you got a guy that can do that, when you got a guy that has those kind of skills in the ring, that's the kind of guy you fight to keep. Because everybody can't do that.
Yeah, no, you're right about that. I think it's a great loss for WWE at a time where they're lacking so much star power.
And Adam Cole, Adam Cole has some genius moments in the ring. A lot of them, if we really, really, really being honest.
He's had some what?
He's got some genius moments.
Yeah,
a lot of them.
Yeah, I mean, he had some classics in WWE NXT. Many will say it's probably a shame he never had a chance to do it on the main roster, but, it is what it is.
So, I don't know. Their loss is AEW's gain.
Oh, without a doubt. They just added 2 main eventers in a 5-minute segment.
And AEW is gaining momentum, and if I'm WWE, I'm really paying attention.
Oh, how can you not? How can you not? Look at the momentum that the company has right now. WWE has no momentum going for it right now. AEW has all the momentum in the world.
Yeah, they really they really blasting it out.
What's WWE going to do? Bring back Goldberg for another recycled storyline where he chases the championship? I mean, honestly, that's about all what else are they going to throw out there? They're limited as far as to how often they can get John Cena to come in. That is what it is. I mean, who else do they have? We've continued to talk WrestleMania. Not looking like much right now. In this man's opinion, I don't know about you. I'd still like to see that Undertaker official retirement match, but that's one man's opinion. And who knows what Lesnar may have up his sleeve. I hope they're not going to rush through the Lesnar-Roman Reigns storyline too quick. I guess Lesnar, it looks like in his new contract, he has 8 to 12 dates on it. So looks like maybe we'll see a little bit more of him in the ring.
Well, I don't know if that's a good idea because let me tell you what Lesnar's strength is.
Tell us, brother.
Lesnar's strength is when he comes back. When Lesnar comes back, it's a oh shit moment, okay? But then that's just about it. I mean, his matches are not going to be in the greatest matches in history archives.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying?
Oh, I hear you.
So him coming back for 8 to 12 matches, I mean, that's almost like, so, okay, all right, he's back. So now what? Okay, he's back. He's having 8 to 12 matches. So what? Yeah. I mean, if you follow what I'm saying, whether you agree with it or not.
You're not excited.
No, but here's the point, though. I'm not going to pretend to know what WWE is going to do in order to save face and get their Kool-Aid back. But what I can tell you is this: the last thing that I would do, or I would advise anybody to do, is count them out.
Vince.
Right.
Don't count out Vince.
No, they've been here before. And they've been here before that. They've been at this precipice before. And at the end of it all, when the smoke cleared, who wound up on top?
Vince.
Because he's relentless like that. Now, what I will say is they better hope that day come before Vince dies, because nobody's going to run that. Nobody's going to run that company like Vince does.
No one's going to run it with the quality and attention to detail. That's for sure.
I'm not even gonna say quality and attention to detail.
But what are you gonna call it?
I'm that conquering spirit. Vince is the kind of guy that he's going to do whatever it is he's got to do. Not to lose. It ain't even about money yet, and it don't even get to be about money at some point. It get to be, you bastards are not gonna beat me.
Then why didn't he spend the money to keep Punk and I'm not Punk? Why didn't he spend the money to keep Bryan and Cole? Did they really want out that bad?
Well, they probably really wanted out that bad. I'm gonna tell you another thing he's not gonna do. You're not gonna out negotiate. You're not gonna out negotiate Vince.
Well, Tony Khan obviously did.
No. What I'm saying is, you not going to be a talent or somebody to work with Vince and tell Vince do this or else. If you say to Vince, you do this or else, he gonna tell you what or else.
I see what you're saying.
Every time.
I see what you're saying.
So if somebody left, if it got to that point, that's what happened. You're not going to tell Vince what to do. He don't care who you are.
No, that resonates. Yeah, I get the angle you're coming from on that one. But before we go to the break, on a scale, who do you think is the bigger loss, Bryan or Cole?
I think Bryan's the bigger loss, and I'm going to tell you why. Bryan got more history.
Yeah. Well, the only reason I think that maybe you could go with Cole is that I think Cole you have more longevity with, where Bryan is getting a little long in the tooth. You know what I mean?
No, I understand longevity, but see, what you got to understand is Bryan got more of a fan base.
Yeah. No, you're right about that too.
And plus, Bryan still got as much in the gas tank as Cole got.
Well, at this moment, yeah. No, I agree with you on that. As far as 2021 goes, sure. 110% agree with that.
So when you look at it that way, that's why I say without hesitation, Bryan.
All right, wrestling fans, we would love to know what you think. Who's the bigger loss, Daniel Bryan, Adam Cole? Leave your thoughts in the premiere chat if you're watching the premiere after WWE Monday Night Raw, or if you're not joining us during the premiere, in the comments section below. Right now, we're going to take a brief time out. When we come back, we'll have the man on a mission himself, Oscar. Stand by.
All right, I got to check on something.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marati.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store.
Check it out.
Here's your chance to own a piece of history from the 2020 WWE Draft. On the second night, October the 12th, The Fiend, Bray Wyatt, and Alexa Bliss unleashed hell on Andrade and Zelina Vega. This limited edition 11x14 collector's poster is number 26 of only 50 made, personally signed by both The Fiend and Alexa Bliss, direct from friends at WWE. Comes with certificate of authenticity hologram on the poster itself, suitable for framing. You'll also receive a bonus autographed mystery photo and an on-air shout-out as our thanks to you. Get this ultra-rare autographed Fiend and Alexa Bliss poster now. Wrestling fans, especially here in the Boston area, we want to thank our great friends at Red Rose for their support for all of our charitable endeavors and programming efforts. Red Rose is 2 years young and extremely thankful for all the support they've had from our neighbors here in Melrose and beyond for an amazing first 2 years. Red Rose thanks Melrose and all of the first responders who have fought the good fight and have never given up hope during these unprecedented times. We did it together. Follow Red Rose on Facebook for their anniversary special, facebook.com/Red Rose Melrose. You'll be glad you did. Open until 2 a.m. Red Rose will give you fresh, piping hot, mouth-watering food that'll put an ear-to-ear smile on even the toughest critic's face. Check out their full menu online at redrosema.com or give them a call, 781-620-1889. Wrestling fans, welcome back to Wrestling Insider's Monday Night Mission. I'm Dan Marati, along with the man, the one, the only, Oscar. Oscar, a pleasure to have you back. Sometimes they do those big introductions, and it just seems like it ends a little short. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean, man.
You deserve that big intro, not some half-assed one, but I don't know how to end the big intro sometimes with a 5-letter name.
Well, the intro is an intro, but thank you.
All right. Yeah, I'm gonna have to come up with something creative. I don't know. Well, as you move to Hotlanta, have you been checking out the wrestling scene down there?
Not yet, because I haven't been able to spend enough time to get out and about like that.
Yeah. Well, that makes sense. It is one of the great wrestling cities in the United States.
Yeah, no, that much I hear. So
I think maybe there could be some great opportunities for you down there. I don't know how deep you want to dive into the world of professional wrestling down there, but it could lead to some good opportunities for you.
Well, right now, I mean, I would love to see that, but I have to put it on the back burner right now because I'm so tied up in this stuff that I'm doing that I really don't have time for nothing else.
You're just worried about the move.
Yeah, I'm worried about the move itself, the move proper. So.
All right, well, nothing wrong with that. If I was able-bodied, I'd be out there trying to help you pack, brother.
Nah, I'm not even helping me pack. So don't worry about
Who's
that.
doing the packing?
Whoever the people I'm paying.
You want it to be done once you're done. No more. Moving is one of the most miserable experiences I think a human being.
No, it is. Let me tell you something. The way I got it set up, I don't care if it costs my last nickel. When I leave Vegas and I go to Atlanta, that's it. By the time it's all said and done, I'm going to be all packed up, all moved down there, and won't even know how it's done.
You're not going no more Indiana. You're done.
No. Yeah, I'm pretty much. I don't know. I got to see how my medical stuff go because I may have to come back and forth here to go to the doctor for a while.
Oh, my God.
Until I get stuff switched over. And then number two, the videos and vignettes that I have to shoot for the album are all being done, and there's a location set here. So they might want me to come back and forth to Chicago, for a while to deal with that. So I'm not going to say I'm done. I just hope I'm done by the time the winter weather really set in good.
There you go. We know what the winters are like, and it's no fun. No fun.
No,
baby.
It's no fun. One of the main reasons why I wasn't against the move.
Well, Mimi likes the hot weather.
Well, Mimi loves the fact that her favorite niece is down there. That's got a lot to do with it.
And then you got that. Well, is Mimi looking forward to any particular kind of cold cut sandwich next Tuesday at the Bologna Blowout?
You would have to ask her that.
Do you have a favorite cold cut sandwich for the Bologna Blowout?
You know what? I'm not going to say nothing.
Why are you going to say nothing? This is a show. This is journalism right now. I want to know what kind of sandwich.
I'm getting ready to tell you. They're all good. Shut up. The sandwiches.
All of the cold cut sandwiches are good.
Let me tell you something. The sandwiches, the buffet, it's all gravy. I can't wait to get to all of it.
Now, what about the little cookies they have at the end of the table with the cold cut sandwich?
Yeah, I can't wait. I'm dreaming about those too.
Oh, I needed this laugh more than you know.
Yeah, no.
Oh my God, I love it.
I can't wait to get to all of it, and then the dinner, the dinner
that'll suck.
The Bachwinkle dinner. I can't wait to get that. I'm looking forward to all of it.
Oh God, my stomach hurts right now.
I will tell you this. There is one saving grace.
Let's hear it, baby.
The Gold Coast, believe it or not,
yeah,
has one of the best steakhouses we ever been to.
To be honest, I've never been in it.
Yeah, no, you gotta you gotta try that.
Well, hopefully we'll get. Now, before I even continue, do we even know if Reese is going yet?
I don't.
I told
You
him.
know what? Wait. Hold on 1 second. Hang on.
Getting Reese.
I'ma try.
Are you calling him? I guess he's calling him. I don't know what the hell he's doing, fans. He's just abandoned me. Well, my baloney has a first name. It's O-S-C-A. Oscar, are you there?
You know what? I had Reese, but then I tried to merge the call, and you try to call him because he's answering the phone.
He answered the phone?
Yeah,
I have no idea how to do a three-way call on this phone.
Yeah,
I'll text
called
him. I'm going to text Reese. Let's see. Oh, I just heard from someone very interesting. Let's see. Where
Who's
is
that?
Dr. I don't want to say on the phone and lead.
Yeah, there he is now. He's trying to call.
See,
I'm trying to see how come.
bring him in. Please, we need Dr. David Reese. A legend in this business. The president of Boston Wrestling MWF. Well, I don't know if I'm going to sing the hot dog song again, but we, as Oscar continues to try and figure out how to do the three-way call. Come on, Oscar, for Christ's sakes. Chop, chop, baby. Well, wrestling fans, as we wait, don't forget, we are getting closer and closer to our 20th anniversary bash Saturday night, November the 13th at the historic Memorial Hall, downtown Melrose, Massachusetts, just a couple of blocks from this fine studio. I thought maybe I heard Oscar there for a second, but I was incorrect.
Okay.
Oh, he is here. Okay.
Yeah, I'm here. I just talked to Reese. I just got the answer. His schedule is too crazy. He said he can't do it.
There will not be any David Reese in Las Vegas.
The pieces might be there, but it's gonna be it's gonna be not Reese's pieces, just pieces.
Just the pieces. What about Gwen?
Yeah.
What about Gwen Reese?
I don't know. You know what? I doubt it. I can't see Gwen Reese coming if David Reese ain't coming. Well, you know, with her shiny disposition.
Well, I'm very disappointed we're not going to get to see the good dog.
Yeah, I am so disappointed.
I'll say this. I know he's been overwhelmed with us trying to get everything ready for the big one. Saturday night, November the 13th at Memorial Hall. A lot more is going to be said about that this week. I know the man with the fine... You want to talk about pieces? A man that may have more pieces than David Reese in a different way. John Cena Sr. is going to be with us. Probably we're going to have him on video before his Wrestling Inside his Fabulous Fridays, as he's going to, I guess some announcements are going to be made. There's a lot happening.
Happening. He's not coming to CAC?
He will not be at the CAC, no. We're gonna nail him a sandwich.
No, they all suck.
We're going to mail him but we're going to be there. What more do we need?
No, you're right about that. We're going to be there.
We'll have our own fun. We'll have our own fun.
Yeah, we're going to have our own fun. Reese said that he'll be available for video calls and calls. So.
Oh, that's cool. Everyone can Zoom with David Reese at the
everybody,
CAC.
we going to Zoom with David Reese and Cena Sr. at the same time. And then maybe we'll get to see why Cena Sr. is a crazy bastard.
Well, that's a different story for a different time. All right, anything else interesting going on in the world of wrestling? I know the WWE signed the gold medalist from the Olympics. I thought that was quite the coup. Did you read about that?
I read that it was going to happen.
Yeah.
I didn't know that it has happened.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, if that be the case, yeah, that. But see, I have my reservations.
Why is that?
Well, I have my reservations because you know, everybody is not it's true. Everybody's not that. he adapted, and he adapted in a big way. So I'm saying that to say that I'm not 100% confident that a shoot wrestler can come in and adapt to the world of pro wrestling. It is two very different things.
Mm-hmm.
So we're just going to have to watch how their development really, really goes.
You think it's a long-term proposition?
Well, you know what? The longer it takes, the better off it's going. Now, if it just goes a couple of months and then everybody realize that it's not the best fit, then okay. But no, I'm not 100%. I don't have 100% confident, and I'm not on 10 of excitement. When they come from that kind of background.
Do you think that maybe someday we could see Gable Stevenson as a WrestleMania main eventer? Let's think positively.
Wait, who?
The U.S. Olympic gold medalist.
And Gables?
Gable Stevenson is his name.
Oh, Gables. I just told you no.
You're not sold yet.
Not no time. I mean, if it's gonna be, not no time soon.
All right. I'm not saying next year. I'm talking about.
No, I'm telling you, I'm praying for the adaptability.
Well, he hasn't impressed you yet.
No, I mean, he impressed me for where he is. Coming into this, yeah, no, I gotta see the developmental. Gotta teach him how it go. You gotta learn how not to hurt somebody. That's the first thing, and then you gotta learn how to do things in this sport and entertainment entity that you wouldn't even dream of doing in your sport.
I got you. All right.
That's not a cakewalk.
No, he's got a lot of hard work ahead of himself. That's for sure, and a completely different universe than he's accustomed to when he was an amateur. But before we go this week, Oscar, I think it's worth noting, definitely worth noting, that we lost Daphne this week, the former WCW and TNA Impact wrestler and manager, and kind of an extremely sad story right there. We had someone that made threats on their social media platforms and then wound up apparently taking her life. Any thoughts on the passing of Daphne, Oscar?
Well, I mean, it's sad when any of us goes down, and frankly, I'm sick of it. All I can say is my heart goes out to Daphne's family and friends, and to all the fans of Daphne. Hopefully, prayerfully, she's in a much better place.
Yes.
Forever and ever, amen. And we all just have to be, vigilant and taking care of one another. That's the best thing. And again, I cannot stress this enough that we have got to get on, creating that platform where people that have problems can reach out and be able to touch us, so that when they have something, we can give them back some positive feedback so that things like this won't happen, so.
Well, it certainly stung the wrestling world. I think now, in this day and age where WWE has cleaned up the drugs so much in this industry, I think the next rash of deaths we're going to see are those that suffered from, residual effects from concussions and the like. And they don't think, quote unquote, in a normal, rational way. Their behavior is erratic, and they feel erratic on the inside, and they don't know what to do. And I think that's going to be the next rash of deaths are going to be suicide due to maybe depression or something along those lines. I know your former tag team partner shot on David Reese on Facebook. I don't know if you saw that.
No. What happened?
He said, he said he was very upset about what happened with Daphne passing. He said something needs to be done to try and help the industry and so on and so forth. And he said, what about David Reese? He was supposed to be doing something. Where is David Reese?
On that note, we're gonna get off because I didn't.
Really?
I didn't get on here to be mad because
Oh.
you can't shoot on David Reese unless you shooting on your damn self.
Well,
I'll put it like this:
Mo shot on Reese.
David Reese has done more in the industry for athletes than he's ever done for. Okay, let's just stop.
Would you like me to find the actual post?
No,
No, you don't want to get upset.
No,
All right.
I don't.
Maybe you can,
All right.
You can look it up yourself, I guess.
I
if
don't
you like.
I don't want to know. No.
All right, wrestling fans. Well, again, if you need help, there's certainly help available to you, especially in this day and age on the internet. There's the suicide prevention hotlines you can reach out to that are very important. We don't want to see anyone, no matter what they do for a profession in this position, but when it comes to our brotherhood, our fraternity, however you want to describe it, it always stings when it's something preventable. You know what I mean? Oscar, are you there? Well, I guess Oscar got so upset he decided to disconnect. Wrestling fans, running out of time here on Wrestling Insider's Monday Night Mission. For my partner in crime, Oscar, I'm Dan Marotti. We'll see you next week. Viva Las Vegas. Good night from Boston. Tickets are on sale now for our 20th anniversary Back to the 80s and 90s WrestleFest Birthday Bash, Saturday, November the 13th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts. Wrestling fans, join us from Sin City, Las Vegas, Nevada as we kick off our 20th anniversary as well as our annual Paul Bearer Holiday Headlocks Toy Drive with Wrestling Insiders tapings, live episodes, and cyber autograph signings featuring the legendary Kevin Sullivan, former WWE Intercontinental and European Champion D'Lo Brown, WWE Hall of Famer The Godfather, and hey, Halloween's coming. What about Papa Shango? It should be surprises galore from Vegas. Visit our social media platforms for breaking news and updates. Pre-order your autograph photos now at bostonwrestling.com. Wrestling fans, welcome to another Wrestling Insiders, our new series, Wrestling Insiders Extreme, where we look at the world of ECW and beyond with some of the superstars that created the mayhem that you loved in the glory days of the 1990s. So happy to be joined by a man. He has a very interesting reputation around the world of professional wrestling. We call him New Jack. Jack,
Yes.
a pleasure to have you, brother.
What's up, man?
I'm telling you, there were a lot of people that maybe second-guessed my choice at having you here with us, but as I noted on the program we did with a man whose name will come up shortly, when we had you work a live event for us back in 2002, pleasure to work with. Easy.
Right.
I don't want to ruin your reputation. But,
Of course not.
we're going to be having a lot of fun, folks. This man has had a career well beyond outside the auspices of ECW, but what we like to do is with each new guest, just kind of catch up. What is going on in the world of New Jack? Right now in 2021, the world is absolutely insane with coronavirus. It changes no matter what state you go to, it seems. What's been happening with you over the past 12, 13 months or so?
I just been laying at the house chilling. I go and do appearances sometimes, sign autographs, take pictures, but other than that, I'm at home.
And it hasn't, you mentioned in the car on the way here, you've been staying, had a pretty active schedule.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, what do you attribute that to? There have been a lot of people that have been, and I don't want to name names, but they've been absolutely dead the past 13, 14 months as far as being able to get bookings go. Why have you stayed so hot?
I'm worth money.
Well, we're going to see. And now, how has this bad boy been going? I haven't had a chance to read this yet. I'm excited to read it. I've heard great things about it.
It's selling good. It's doing good.
It's selling good.
Every time somebody asks me a question, I tell them, buy the book.
Well, that'll make for an interesting interview then. Every time I ask you a question, you say, buy the book.
Buy the book. It's in the goddamn book. Buy the book.
Now, did you write this yourself? Did you have a ghostwriter?
I had a ghostwriter.
You had a ghostwriter help?
Yeah.
Is it available, I imagine, on Amazon? Is it available other places as well?
You can buy it on my website.
And what is the website?
TheOnlyNewJack.com.
TheOnlyNewJack.com.
Yeah.
Not to be confused with those fake ones.
No.
Well, I'm anxious to check it out. As you can tell, we like wrestling books here at the studio. Again, great to have you here. The folks have asked for you. They've wanted you. It's a little bit different than what we usually do. The insanity we have with Marty Jannetty on Thursday night is a sight to behold. Oscar from Men on a Mission, the rapper, he certainly added some interesting insight to mid-90s.
He's still around?
He's with us every Monday night.
Is he?
Every Monday night, baby.
Tell him I said what's up.
We'll tell him on the next episode. He's
I
a
like
good
him.
egg. He's a good egg.
Yeah.
Wednesday night, we have what we call Special Edition, where we have rotating guests. Recently, we had Father James Mitchell with us, TJP, Demolition Smash, the list goes on. And then every Friday night, we have a man I don't want to say surprised, was such a huge fan of yours, but I really didn't expect it. The pop that he gave when I told him you were coming, John Cena Sr. Do you remember where you might have met him?
No.
No, it had to have been at one of those fan fest type events.
It had to have been.
He was really excited that you were coming to join the team and test the waters out with us on the show. So,
Good.
you know, when everybody gets along, it's a great thing, but then we have the gaping hole that is Tuesday night, which was what we called the Tuesday Nights with Tony, Wrestling Insiders at your house.
Fuck that nigga, man.
And then there's that. Mr. USA Tony Atlas, my longtime friend going back to 1993 when I met him as a 13-year-old freshman in high school working for Tony Rumble, took his stimulus check, bought a little $200 Chromebook computer, and thinks he's going to be a millionaire up in Maine with it now, doing the show himself. Bullshitting people after claiming for years I helped him pay his mortgage many months, claiming he was only getting $55 every time he came here.
That's embarrassing.
Spending $90 on a rent-a-car. Now, my thing is, it is complete and utter bullshit, but even if it was true, why on earth would you ever admit that and look that foolish to any person that read it?
That bootlicking ass nigga can kiss my ass. I ain't got shit good to say about Tony Atlas. Tony Atlas don't mean shit. If you have you ever seen a kid dressed up as Saba Simba?
No.
Have you?
No.
Okay. Tony Atlas goes back to when I was a kid. You know what I mean? And all of a sudden he left WCW, NWA, whatever the fuck, and became went to events and let them dress him up as a motherfucking spear chucking, bootlick kissing ass nigga called him Saba Simba. You know what I mean? And I ain't got no respect for that motherfucker, none whatsoever. Tony Atlas can suck a dick.
I didn't know that there was this heat. I knew nothing about it. The fans said, why aren't you talking to Tony about New Jack? Why aren't you talking to Tony about New Jack? So I said, you know what? We're going to talk to Tony about New Jack, where he was with us at that point weekly every Tuesday night. And it was a very odd response from him. He was odd on the show. I think you said you've actually seen it.
Yeah.
And then afterwards, I think he was kind of angry with me that I didn't side with him. But I can only give an honest assessment. When we had you on our event, you were very easy to work with. And I don't know if he wanted me to say negative things. I could only go by my experience with you the first go around.
Right.
So how did it all begin? I mean, Tony, on the program, as you watched, said there was a confrontation. I don't know if it was at a fan fest or an independent wrestling show. Or what happened, Jack?
I did a shoot one time, and I talked about Tony Atlas where they were talking about Bruiser Bedlam. Bruiser Brody.
Right.
You know what I mean? And I said some shit about him, and he came to the show, the autograph signing, and he asked me about it. And I said, yeah, I said it. I said, I always talk about people. I talk about my mama. I don't give a fuck. I talk about people all the time. You know what I mean? So he asked me about it, and I told him. So then he was like, well, young brother, you just need to be cool. And I'm like, man, fuck you. You know what I mean? I'm like, fuck you. I said, I ain't got to be cool shit. I said, you ain't nothing to me. You ain't nothing. He ain't shit. That nigga ain't shit. Ray Candy told me there was 2 people, black people, in this business not to fuck with. Abdullah the Butcher and Tony Atlas. He said ain't neither one of them were about shit. You know what I mean? So I treated him just like he came to me and was talking that silly ass shit. I was like, dude, I don't give a fuck about you. You know what I mean? Never. I got fans that got tattoos of me on their body. The girlfriends got tattoos of me on their fucking ass and on their titties and all kind of shit. You ever seen a Tony Atlas tattoo? Fuck no.
I haven't seen too many Mr. USA tattoos, but where is it that this comes from? Was it that I guess Ray Candy maybe would be best described as a mentor and a trainer towards you? Was it just his opinion towards Tony that influenced you, or was it Saba Simba that turned you off to him, or were there other personal interactions?
Mark Henry was on Vlad TV. And he said that Vince wanted him to be the silverback gorilla. And he was like, I don't want to do that. You know what I mean? He had a choice. And he didn't do it, and he stuck around for a long time.
Sure did.
Tony Atlas comes up from Mr. USA, my dick, Tony Atlas, and then all of a sudden, he's Saba Simba. And he got a spear going to the ring. He ain't got no shoes on. He got a shield in his hand. And I'm like, what the fuck? That nigga set black people back 400 years in this business. And I ain't got no respect for him. I don't give a fuck about him. I swear to God. It ain't nothing that nigga can say to me. It ain't shit he can say to me.
I will play devil's advocate for 1 second. I'm not sure if you're familiar with the fact that Tony was homeless about a year before the Saba Simba creation happened. He was working for the ICW Savoldi family. They kind of went out of business. They stranded him up in Maine. He had nowhere to go. So he actually lived under a bench up in Maine until his now wife found him under the bench and brought him home and cleaned him up. So you're talking about a man that was desperate for work. Apparently, according to Tony at least, Ole Anderson had come up with an idea where they were going to dye his hair gray, and he was going to do a confrontation with Ric Flair down in the NWA, and they were going to have a little program. Apparently, Mario Savoldi, or one of the Savoldi family members, found out about that since they were tight with the WWF, went and told Vince. Vince brought him in right around the same time as Undertaker, and that's how Saba Simba came to be. Now, can you fault them? I know you don't think much of what he did, but can you fault the man for trying to get any work he could get where a year before he was living under a park bench in Maine?
Like I said, he set black people back 400 years. You know what I mean? Because they don't do that shit to white people in this business. They don't do it. You know what I mean? They don't do it.
They don't dress them up like they're coming off the Mayflower.
Right. With a whip in their hand.
Yeah, right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But when they gave that shit to Tony Atlas, as big as his name was back in the day, and all of a sudden he comes to the ring now dancing and shucking and jiving and spear chucking and got his goddamn shield up in the air. And I'm like, who is this nigga? And I ain't had no respect for him since that. You know what I mean? I ain't had no respect for him, none. And I was just like, this motherfucker need to be shot. You know, he can talk about me all day long, but it don't mean shit because I'm gonna talk shit back. You know what I mean? I'm the biggest shit talker in this motherfucking business. I'm gonna talk shit back. And I ain't scared of no goddamn body. Nobody.
So his amateur background certainly isn't something that worries you, I guess, at this point.
Well, he wasn't amateur then. I mean, he was fucking WCW, WWE and WWF, whatever the fuck. But like I said, what he did is the whole Saba Simba thing. It's bad enough for black people today in this business. You know what I mean? We still getting the goddamn bullshit gimmicks to this day.
Right.
They got them coming out eating cereal and dancing and shucking and jiving and yo baby, yo, and all that bullshit. And then for this nigga to come up and come out as a motherfucking African, a Saba Simba, he's a simple motherfucker. I don't give a fuck about him. Please show him this.
Oh, he'll see it.
Please show it to him.
If it was not for Saba Simba, would you have this issue with him?
No.
You respected his career to some extent before then?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, we got the first time cue from John C. I think it's too bad. I think it's great when everybody gets along, but like I said, I have never seen Tony as awkward as he was after we taped that episode. As you probably saw, he threatened to get up and leave the studio. He didn't even, that's how little he wanted to talk about you. And
I watched a little bit of it. My wife was cracking the fuck up. You know what I mean? She was like, baby, you gotta see this. I said, I don't want to see that shit. Because it was him.
Yeah.
He was a country backwood motherfucker. I mean, when he talks, well, yeah, Mr. Tony Atlas and Bruiser Brody's and all these other motherfuckers, and I'm the Tony Atlases, and I'm like, fuck that nigga. Fuck him.
You think he tries to cling to that story a little bit? Too much?
Have you ever just listened to him talk?
I've spent eons listening to him talk.
English wasn't one of his better subjects in school.
You're right.
You know what I mean?
I'll give you that one.
It wasn't one of his better subjects in school. You know, and then he sits around and he draws all these pictures and he make a little $20 for a picture he draw, and then he get copies ran off and he sells them, and they're of Vince McMahon and The Undertaker. Motherfucker, where are your skills at? You know what I mean? Where are your skills? These motherfuckers, they gave him that motherfucking Hall of Fame ring because he was a motherfucking charity case. You know what I mean? He didn't do shit. He was a goddamn charity case. Vince felt, the Hall of Fame is a work any goddamn way. You know what I mean? But he felt sorry for that nigga. And he gave him that bullshit. And he walks around with it. I'm surprised he ain't pawned it.
Yeah, he wouldn't be the first to do that.
I know.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I think that ring does mean an awful lot to him. I'll say that. He's had many big money offers for it, but he has yet to sell it. As far as his artwork goes, I mean, do you think he should stick to certain things? I know he has a nice one of Abraham Lincoln he's drawn, and Adam and Eve, and so he tries to come up with some interesting subjects beyond current WWE superstars.
I walked by his table one day at a signing. And I just took a peek at what he was doing. And I was like, where did they find this nigga at? You know, I was like, seriously, where in the fuck did they find this nigga? He talked about Rocky Johnson like a dog. And Rocky Johnson came to that motherfucker's aid where he didn't have shit. I did my homework. You know what I mean? And he talks about all these, he talks about everybody. You know what I mean? When he started attacking me, after when we was at that for the autograph signing, and he came up to me and he said something, and I said something back, and I was like, yeah, I talk about people all the time. I talk about my mama. I don't give a fuck. I talk about you. If I see something you're doing wrong, I'm going to talk about it. And with him, that nigga don't mean nobody no good. He don't give a fuck about nobody. Nobody.
Well, we learned what happened here on this show that took very good care of him for 4 years, and then once he bought his $200 Chromebook, I don't know who typed the message that went on Facebook, whether it was him or his friend, but I've never seen such bullshit in my life for a man that, again, dozens of times said we helped pay his mortgage. Then all of a sudden the claim was, well, no, I was only making $55 every time I came down from Maine. You talk about a crock of shit. That's why as much as there's a part of me that genuinely cares about Tony as a human being, I have no problem letting someone unload on him now, because I thought that was such a disrespectful thing. Even if he didn't type it and write it himself, he obviously knew about it because it was on his pewter, as he calls it.
Right.
His $200 pewter. I got my pewter. The money I'm gonna make off my art on my pewter.
Yeah.
But I just mean, it was just like, fuck, this is a guy I went out of my way, that money I could have spent on taking my kids on a fucking vacation, and I'm going to fucking help him out, and then he's going to put on the internet, he was getting $55 every time he came here. Again, even if it was true, he sounds like a fucking idiot for coming out and saying it,
Right.
because he didn't do it just once, he didn't do it twice, he did it for 4 years. For $55 apparently each time, and that paid his mortgage. That's what aggravates me, because when I'm good to someone, I try and be good to everybody. When I was broken in, I was taught this is a quote-unquote brotherhood, and while everybody's always going to jockey for the best position to try and make the most money, you should always try and look after each other. And
Right.
I've always believed that. I don't know if you're familiar with the Cauliflower Alley Club, but we do a lot of work with them. As far as trying to raise money for the vets and the old timers with medical bills, funerals sometimes, unfortunately. And you know, I just, where I've known Tony so long and I felt so bad for his situation, his wife suffered a stroke back in 2019. She's been hospitalized ever since. He lost her income. Her Social Security check, other than $40, goes to the facility that she's at. Then coronavirus hit. He lost his full-time job as a personal trainer at the YMCA, and he lost the majority of his bookings. I went above and beyond to try and help the guy. And Tony, I know you're probably going to see a link to this, and it's nothing that I haven't said as you've ignored my text messages and my phone calls for the money that we're still trying to work out that you've been paid up front for things that haven't been done. That's a different story for a different time too. But you know, Tony, as a human being it hurts. New Jack's opinion is New Jack's opinion, but I guess it was Saba Simba that set you over the edge.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was.
No, fair enough. I can respect that. And I say this, I can't look at life through your eyes, obviously. It would be insulting to you for me to even try and do so. But I can understand the point of view where it would be insulting, where you say it took the race back several hundred years just by doing it and coming out and making a fool out of
Right,
himself.
and it was for a payday, and I'm sure it was low. You know what I mean?
Yeah, oh, yeah.
I'm sure it was low.
And he
you
didn't
know?
even last 6 months.
But he was just happy to be with Mr. Vince McMahon. So I sure will lick your nuts, Mr. McMahon. Fuck you.
All right, wrestling fans, with that said, I got the time cue from John C. We're going to take a brief time out. We'll be back with more Wrestling Insiders Extreme with New Jack. Stand by.
Boston wrestling sports in the MWF explodes into a new year with professional wrestling content galore and need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after our Monday Night Raw review, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. after NXT and AEW, join rotating legends on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's no-holds-barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll journey on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday night after SmackDown, don't miss John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, history videos, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view, watch-alongs, and more. For less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, get early ad-free access to our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times. Join our growing family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Expect the unexpected in 2021.
Cheer. Why, hello. I would ask what was on your mind, but I already know. You want to know what has got my beard looking oh so majestic. And I'll tell you, it's sexy as hell beard care. Coconut oil, vitamin E oil, almond oil, both sweet and bitter, shea butter, it's all natural. Yes, JTG has actually come out with a high quality product. So support your boy by going to sahbeardcare.com and take one step closer to becoming sexy as hell. Cheer. Ooh, cheer. You know?
All right, wrestling fans, welcome back to Wrestling Insiders Extreme. Happy to be joined by New Jack, new friend of the show. Hopefully this is going to turn into a long-term proposition. I think you have so many stories, experiences, opinions. I think it's going to make for some captivating interviews. We're already talking about having Jack back in just a few weeks here at this humble abode, so I have high expectations for what we're going to do. You mentioned Tony and Rocky Johnson. Now, that set off a bell in my head. Tony had claimed many times on this show, and this is something I think, obviously, with your race, you can actually answer much better than I could. He said the only people that he ever suffered racism from in wrestling were other black wrestlers. Would you agree with that sentiment?
No.
No.
No. Because, dude, like I said, when I got in the business in '92, I had created my own gimmick. The whole Raiders gear, the high-tech boots, the fucking rap t-shirts and all that shit. I created it, and I stuck with it because Ray Candy told me, he said, if you stick with this, he said, you gonna make some money. All right? He said, you gonna make some money. But then he warned me of a few people. And it's more than just Tony Atlas and Abdullah, but those were the main two that he warned me about. He said, don't ever do business with those two motherfuckers. He said, don't ever. And I didn't know him personally at the time. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? I met Abdullah, and he was like, I'll take you to Japan. You dress like me, and we'll be a tag team.
You mean as far as like those pants go?
Those pants and them goddamn boots. And he wanted me to dress like him. I'm like, nigga, you done lost your mind.
He wanted you to reinvent yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As his little creation.
Sidekick.
Like, come on, man. Get the fuck out of here with that shit.
Did Ray Candy give you any reason why you should stay away from Tony?
Because he said he was bad news.
Really?
Yeah.
I have to say, from 1993 to 2011, he was a pretty good guy. 2021, he was a pretty good guy. I mean, for 28 years, we had really good interactions on a personal basis outside of this. But just what's gone on the past couple of months is just, he should be embarrassed as a human being, knowing how much I tried to do to help him pay his bills. And then to put complete and utter bullshit that whether he typed it, which I can't imagine he could type that long, or whoever it was that he has helping on his Facebook, on his pewter, he should be ashamed of himself. I couldn't imagine pissing on someone that helped me pay my bills during coronavirus and then say, fuck you, you paid me $55. His mortgage was $55 a month? Where the fuck is he living? You know what? Honestly, where is he living for $55 a payday that I'm paying the mortgage?
Right.
Honestly, that's what gets me. You know what? And you know what? Maybe a simple apology would do. You know, everybody can be moody. Everybody, you know, he's got some stressful times. If my wife was in the hospital going on 2 years now, it might fuck with my head. You know what I mean? That would hurt, especially now where he hasn't really been able to see her other than 2 or 3 times since the virus hit. But at the same time, you don't fuck your friends over and embarrass them and try and humiliate them. There are strangers that don't know me that obviously they're gonna want to side with the superstar wrestler that they love from TV. They don't know me as a human being and the things I've tried to do to help him. And I get that. I mean, I got a lot of nasty messages from fans, but I tell you this, I responded to each and every one of them with the facts, and I put a video out with the facts. So I just hope Tony does the right thing with the money that he was paid up front in advance to do the things he was supposed to do, which I'll leave at that without going into too many details. And I hope that someday, when he has a chance to sit back and reflect, when maybe life is a little more calm, and he realizes he's not going to make $1 million on Facebook on his pewter that maybe he owes me an apology.
A
Now,
pewter.
now I gotta, that's how he says it, his pewter.
A pewter.
$200 pewter. That was his, thank you,
shit.
Joe Biden. That was his stimulus check. Now, another guy, he's never really had much to do with our organization, but I got to know him a bit when I worked for Tony Rumble's CWA, NWA New England. Abdullah the Butcher has been another one on your hit list. What is it about Abby? Was it just this Japan incident that you took issue with him?
Abdullah came to me one day, and he said, I'll take you to Japan, and I'll charge you 35% of your pay.
Who do you think he was, Moolah?
And the whole Ray Candy thing was right in my head, fresh in my head. I was like, no, bro, I don't want to go that bad. So then Paulie told me to ask him to come work me in ECW. He said, but tell him he got to do the job.
Abdullah would do the job?
Yeah.
Okay.
And when I told him, he was like, I can't do it. It'll fuck up my bookings in Japan. I said, ECW is in Philly. I said, how is that gonna fuck up your bookings in Japan? He was like, it just will. Then he started trying to say, I tried to copy his gimmick.
Was it the fork?
I guess. I mean, I used a fork one time. A fan brought it and gave it to me. I wasn't thinking about Abdullah. And I used it in a match. All of a sudden, it became big, and I started using it. And he was not in my head at the time I was doing it. But he said because of the fork, I tried to copy his style. Because of my gig bars, I'm trying to look like him.
How many people have those?
Exactly.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I'm just like, he said something one time when I had asked him about having hepatitis. He said, no, I don't have that. I said, but you're being sued by a couple of people for testing positive with HC and then Hep C, and then you got them getting color and you using the same blade on them. I said, no, I would never work you. I think we did a three-way one time with me, him, and Sandman.
Oh, you did work him at one point?
Yeah.
Really? Okay.
But when he got color, I powdered.
Really?
I left him and Sandman in the ring. I said, I want no part of that.
You know what? I don't know why the man hasn't come out, if he's clean, and said, here is my test. I'm 100% clean. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Where he's been attacked and vilified. I mean, I'll tell you this, if someone vilified me, like almost like my situation with, I've mentioned with Tony, over and over again, that I tested positive for Hep C as a result of working him because he was so cheap, and he was a cheap man, if nothing else.
Right.
Using the same blades on the same people over and over again. No, even if he is clean, that's disgusting.
Right.
But why wouldn't you come out and tell people, or just say, you know, here are my sheets. I have tested negative on May 8, 2021, or whatever the date may be. It would only help his cause, I think. You know what I mean? I think there's a lot of people that want, not that he's very active right now at his age, but I think it would help his cause.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It would have, but like I said, that's just him. He's a nasty motherfucker. And when he talked about me, I went back at him. I actually went down to his Chinese restaurant.
Did you?
In Atlanta. When I was living in Atlanta.
Okay.
I stopped by there, and I asked him. He was sitting out in the front in the chair, and I said, "You got a problem with me?" And he was like, "No, champ, what you talking about?" I said, "I keep hearing shit, and if you got a problem with me, let's face this shit now." "No, champ, we straight. Want something to eat?" I said, "No, I don't want that shit." You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it was like, with that being said, I left that nigga alone. I left him alone. You might have saw it, but I did this little cartoon video, me and Aria video.
A cartoon?
Yeah.
Like an illustration?
It's a cartoon. It's called Little New Jack. And I'm talking about Abdullah. They actually got Tony Atlas sitting at the bar.
I have to see this.
You gotta see it. It is like the funniest shit I've ever done.
I have to see this.
Dude, that shit was funny as fuck. I thought it was. You know what I mean? But it was just like, that was my answer to Abdullah. You know, because I was like, I ain't never said nothing bad about that motherfucker up until that point.
So you heard that he made these comments on some kind of a shoot interview, or?
Somebody told me.
Someone told you, yeah.
They told me they read it. And then they showed it to me. And I read it. I was like, oh, he did say that. I said, I get it. But I went to his restaurant.
I love the fact that he had the balls just to show up at his restaurant. And he was sitting out on the chair in front of it,
yeah.
Which it makes it even for a better story.
Yeah.
It's not like he was in the back. He was sitting out front with nowhere to go.
And I addressed the subject, you know what I mean?
Did he seem nervous when you showed up?
Yeah. When I got out the car, he was like, hey, champ.
Oh, so he recognized you immediately?
Yeah. He knew me. But I wasn't going to let that shit go, you know what I'm saying? Because like I said, Abdullah ain't shit. He's another one. He ain't shit. He ain't never been shit, and he never will be shit. He gonna die a lonely ass old man. He ain't shit.
And you know, I think what you just said really registers. I don't think his end of life is going to be the best. I'm sure he saved how cheap he was. I'm sure he saved almost every penny he ever made in Japan and other places he worked. But you know, there's a community of people that dislike him a great deal because of what's gone down. And like I said, I think if it was me, I think you could resolve the issue pretty simple. If you went to the doctor's office, had the test done, and had a piece of paper that says, I am negative, I am clean.
Right.
That's just my opinion. I don't know. I thought he was all right, other than the fact was, I don't think I've ever seen anyone as cheap as him. I don't know if you ever had to deal with them in that way. You know, the thing is, I asked in my brain, if I'm one of these guys, why would you get in the ring with him if you, A, why would you get in the ring with him if you knew he had a dirty blade? B, why wouldn't you just fucking go and get your own? I know I would. I mean, I wouldn't want to risk that.
That motherfucker would cut people and them not even knowing they were getting ready to get color.
Really?
He would just do it.
He'd just do it?
Yeah.
I mean, that's away from our crazy bubble of professional wrestling. That's fucking assault.
Yeah.
I mean, he could go to jail for doing something like that.
But he did.
Imagine walking down the street and just gigging someone.
Somebody just killed me.
And I'll say this, to his credit, he was very, very skilled at it, the way he'd do it with the little moves with the hands and so on and so forth. And maybe it was easy for him to try and do it. But the fact that he'd do that, use the same, it's just filthy.
Yeah.
It's just a filthy human being to do that.
Yeah.
We've met some unsavory people in this crazy industry, if nothing else. You know, the one thing I'll give you credit for as we head into this timeout, I don't want to name the name, but maybe the most unsavory was of the female variety. But I don't even want to touch that one in more ways than one. In more ways than one. I tell you this.
If I guess, I bet I get it right.
Yes. From you to even a sweetheart like Deborah McMichael. Do you know Deborah?
Yeah.
I don't want to get too much into it because it's a long story for a different time, but we had her come in, and I said, you know, as much as John Cena Sr. loves to have the women in, I really started to shy away from them, and I explained the whole experience. And Deborah, being so sweet from down in Alabama, she went, does her first name begin with a T?
And the last name begin with an R? Yeah, you nasty bitch. We know, you know what we talking about.
Oh, imagine when we open the beverages, the fun we'll have. Right now, we're going to take a brief time out. We'll be back with New Jack to wrap up the show. Oh, do I hate that. Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store.
Check it out.
Here's your chance to own a piece of history from the 2020 WWE Draft. On the second night, October the 12th, The Fiend, Bray Wyatt, and Alexa Bliss unleashed hell on Andrade and Zelina Vega. This limited edition 11x14 collector's poster is number 26 of only 50 made, personally signed by both The Fiend and Alexa Bliss, direct from friends at WWE. Comes with certificate of authenticity hologram on the poster itself, suitable for framing. You'll also receive a bonus autographed mystery photo and an on-air shout-out as our thanks to you. Get this ultra-rare autographed Fiend and Alexa Bliss poster now. Wrestling fans, especially here in the Boston area, we want to thank our great friends at Red Rose for their support for all of our charitable endeavors and programming efforts. Red Rose is 2 years young and extremely thankful for all the support they've had from our neighbors here in Melrose and beyond for an amazing first 2 years. Red Rose thanks Melrose and all of the first responders who have fought the good fight and have never given up hope during these unprecedented times. We did it together. Follow Red Rose on Facebook for their anniversary special, facebook.com/Red Rose Melrose. You'll be glad you did. Open until 2 a.m. Red Rose will give you fresh, piping hot, mouth-watering food that'll put an ear-to-ear smile on even the toughest critic's face. Check out their full menu online at redrosema.com or give them a call, 781-620-1889.
Wrestling fans, welcome back to Wrestling Inside is Extreme, a more adult-themed version of the show. Jack and I had a chance to reminisce about a certain individual that I detest. I don't know about him, but I'm sure that'll come up down the road. Again, as many longtime fans know, I've hinted at this. I don't even want to call her a woman several times, but the worst experience we've ever had, the only person that's ever held us up for money. That's going to make for maybe the mother of all episodes, the day that Jack and I share our experiences. But anyway, we had one more guest, a man, another one that isn't a great fan of yours. He was actually part of our Paul Bearer Holiday Headlocks a toy drive last year, Nasty Boy Brian Knobbs. Now, where do the issues with Brian Knobbs come from?
We did a show down in Florida. No, I came to the show because my buddy was running it, so he asked me to stop by, and I did. So I go in the dressing room, and Knobbs is burying everybody. And these are young guys. I mean, they look up to us. Knobbs is burying everybody, talking about their match, talking about how bad they were, they sucked, they couldn't get the fans to co-op and participate with them, what they was doing. They were just fucking terrible. I was like, God damn, that's kind of harsh. So I was texting somebody on my phone, and they sent me a text back, and I started laughing at the text while Nas was sitting there giving his speech. So he looked at me, and he was like, New Jack, what you laughing at? You can't wrestle. I said, you talking to me? He was like, yeah, you can't wrestle. I took my pinky ring off. I laid my phone down. And I got up and walked over to him and hit him. One punch.
You hit him? Where'd you punch him?
In the face. Mm. One punch. He was laying on his back. And I jumped on him. I had on some Timberlands. I started kicking that motherfucker in the head. And every time he would try to pick him up, I'd knock him back down. So they broke it up. He went back to the bar, bleeding, shirt torn. A couple weeks later, I get this message from Bubba the Love Sponge. You know what that is?
Yeah, the radio host in Tampa.
Yeah.
Yep.
And somebody told me, they said, Jack, don't do that interview with Bubba. He said, him and Knobs and Hogan are like butt buddies. He said, if you do it, he gonna try to embarrass the fuck out of you. Well, I said, he's not that far from where I live. So I got in my truck. And I drove down to the studio.
To Bubba the Love Sponge studio?
Yeah.
Okay.
I called him out up the street at Waffle House. He got on the phone and said, what's up, Jack? You ready? I said, yeah. I said, open the front door. He was like, what are you talking about? I said, I'm right around the corner, open the front door. I pulled up. Bubba like he saw a goddamn ghost. And at first he tried to turn heel. He tried to go heel on me.
Oh, really?
Yeah, at first he did.
How so?
He said something, and he tried to call me a bitch. And
Bubba the Love Sponge?
Yeah.
Really? Okay.
I looked at him, I said, Bubba, I will kick your fat ass all around this goddamn studio. And I had a knife in my pocket. And he saw it. I act like the knife fell out my pocket. But I actually pulled it out and let it hit the floor.
Just so we knew.
Yeah. So then he's like, oh, we got New Jack in the studio and we want to hear his side of the story, what happened to him and Knobs. So he was supposed to call Knobs, and Knob was supposed to be on the radio with him on the phone and me in the studio. Once Knob heard I was there, he wouldn't answer the phone.
He wouldn't even answer the phone?
No.
Really?
So Bubba was like, well, we're trying to get Brian Knob on the phone, but we can't get him on the phone. And he tried to call him like 30 times, and he would never answer the phone. But then, like any other kind of fucking pussy, he goes on the internet and starts cutting promos. He called me nigga.
He used the word?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. And
I don't like that.
he was just going, just going, just having a ball. I showed up at a signing, and it was him and his partner. And I walked in. He said, Jack, we all right?
Knob said
you.
this? Knob said that to you?
Yeah.
Okay.
He said, we all right? I said, fuck you. And his partner was like, I don't even know his fucking name, whatever.
Jerry Sag.
Yeah. He was like, leave him alone. He said, just leave him the fuck alone.
He said that to you or Knobs?
To Knobs.
Oh, to Knobs, okay.
He said it to Knobs. He sat back, he was like, I don't have no problem.
Jerry's an easy guy to get along with.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah. But that's what happened.
What is the background to this grotesque picture that I have seen? Where
You saw that?
It's like, you know what it reminds me of? You know when a kid goes down a water slide and they come out the hole at the end? A kid could have gone in Brian Knobb's mouth and come out that fucking hole like it was a water slide.
He called himself being funny. He was trying to tell me to kiss his ass.
That wasn't an ass.
That motherfucker's butthole was this big.
It was, oh my God, it looked like a woman after she gave birth. It
Yeah.
was awful. Awful.
I took that picture and put it up on Facebook as my profile picture. And then I shared it.
Uh-huh.
And everybody was getting that picture. He called me. He was like, New Jack, brother, what's going on? I said, who's this? Bryan Knobs. I said, what the fuck you want? He said, that picture. I said, you shouldn't have sent it to me. I said, what the fuck did you think I was gonna do with that picture? Frame it?
You've got some very interesting pictures in that phone. Imagine if smartphones existed during the ECW era. My God.
Yeah.
You'd need they wouldn't have enough storage
Oh,
on the phone
boy.
for the one you'd need.
I know.
So was that the end of it after that phone call? Or?
I never heard anything else from him.
After he sent you that picture? Now, did he tell you on the phone why he sent you a picture of this grotesque asshole?
No, he just asked me why was I posting it. Because it was on Twitter, it was on Facebook.
It was everywhere.
It was
everywhere.
I put it everywhere.
It was just like the one of Casper the Friendly Ghost bleeding. It was everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you certainly get your revenge on getting, I mean, I could not imagine getting a picture of an ass that looked like that sent to my phone.
Yeah.
And I think it was just desserts that you said, you know what, fuck him.
I saw that picture, I was like,
it looked inhuman.
God damn.
It was like a horror movie.
And something was like, go to Facebook. And I went straight to Facebook and put that as my profile picture. They banned me from Facebook for 30 days.
I was just going to say that. I'm surprised Facebook didn't suspend you.
They did for 30 days. But I swear to God, I posted that picture. I did it. Now, if he send me another one, I'll do it again. If she send me some more, I'll do it again.
I respect you for the fact that, you know what? You don't let people fuck with you. And if they do, fuck them right back. Honestly, I do. And, you know, that's probably the biggest problem that John Cena Sr. and I have, where he tries to get me to see the light. And I respect, and I love John Cena Sr. for that. He's a good, decent human being. But in this business, we come across so many unsavory individuals,
right,
scum, if you will. Sometimes they need that fuck you back at them. And you are very, very good. You are very good at giving them the old fuck you. And
I know.
That's why I think this series is going to be so much fun and we're going to have so many laughs. Again, it is not meant for children and most women. Again, we leave it at your discretion. We'll put up a disclaimer at the front of the show. But three individuals, unique individuals, Tony, Abdullah, and Bryan Knobs, issues with all of them. If you had to interact with one of them, which one do you think you could tolerate the most?
Neither one.
None of them.
Neither one. I hate all of them.
When you pop into them at FanFest type things or even independent shows nowadays, do you bother with them?
I don't say that. I just walk by.
Yeah. Sometimes that's the easiest way.
You know what I mean?
But
Tony was on one with me in Tampa when y'all was down there.
Oh, you guys were on one of the same things?
Yeah.
Oh, really? Oh, I didn't know
we
that.
were sitting like 3 people apart.
Uh-huh.
And I got him walk by. And I kind of looked at him and just shook my head. I went to the bathroom. And Terry, oops.
Oh, that gutter pig was there too?
She was sitting about 2 people from him.
Yeah, she was probably in the bathroom stalls trying to see who hadn't showered in a week. Oh.
Oops.
Yeah, whoops.
Sorry, bitch.
So you had that and Tony were both at this event? Yeah. And did you speak to Tony? You just walked by?
I didn't say shit to him.
No. Now, he told me, and I don't know if this was true or not, but I don't know if I mentioned it. During the interview we did with him, he said, eliminate me from your shtick. Did he ever say that to you? When you did have that confrontation?
No, he didn't.
Just wanted to set the record straight.
He never said that. And if he said it, he's a goddamn lie. He did not say that.
And you know what's funny? Up until about 2 months ago, I probably would have taken his word. But now I don't because of the bullshit that went on with me and him. And again, it's a shame that it happened because all I have ever honestly wanted to do is help give him some work, get him some bookings, unlike those, the super agents of the world in independent wrestling. Every booking I ever set up for him, I never took one fucking penny. Unlike, and most of them try and get 15, 20% or whatever. Another unappreciated fucking gift that I gave him for my time trying to set them up for him and it's just sad. I don't want to get mad and shoot on him too much, but you know what? Sometimes when you're an asshole, you deserve it. And you are the master of putting people in their place when they become that asshole.
I sure will.
All right, wrestling fans, this is just episode 1. Think of the fun and the laughs we've had. If you are easily offended, I apologize.
You ain't seen shit yet.
This may not be the series for you, but it's certainly going to be the series for us. I got a lot of good vibes off of this guy. I liked him a lot in 2002 when he worked a live wrestling event for us. Despite what some people thought, I had no qualms about bringing him to the studio. And then to hear that John Cena Sr. was so happy and so excited, it made me feel even better. So for our new friend, New Jack, I'm Dan Marati. This is episode 1 of Wrestling Insiders Extreme. We'll see you next week. Until we speak again, folks, you and yours be well, stay healthy, head on over to the onlynewjack.com.
Peace.
Get this bad boy, baby. You're going to love it. We'll see you next time.
Tickets are on sale now for our 20th anniversary Back to the 80s and 90s WrestleFest Birthday Bash, Saturday, November the 13th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts. Wrestling fans, join us from Sin City, Las Vegas, Nevada as we kick off our 20th anniversary as well as our annual Paul Bearer Holiday Headlocks Toy Drive with Wrestling Insiders tapings, live episodes and cyber autograph signings featuring the legendary Kevin Sullivan, former WWE Intercontinental and European Champion D'Lo Brown, WWE Hall of Famer The Godfather, and hey, Halloween's coming, what about Papa Shango? It should be surprises galore from Vegas. Visit our social media platforms for breaking news and updates. Pre-order your autograph photos now at bostonwrestling.com. Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, welcome to Wrestling Insider Special Edition. Very happy to be joined by a man I have so much respect for, the one and only Gerald Brisco, whether it be his WWE Hall of Fame, his Wrestling Hall of Fame inductions, his Cauliflower Alley Club Awards, a man that has seen it all, done it all. He joined us for the first time Wrestlemania 35 weekend in New York. He joined us for a seminar when he should have been in the hospital in Boston to show his dedication to the great sport. And one of the athletes that was in that seminar is now in WWE NXT, Christian Casanova. So, you know what?
I always love hearing that. I do these seminars, and I do very few seminars because I'm very select on who I do seminars for, because when I first started doing them, as you can imagine, I was requested by a lot of different people. I go, and there'd be guys that, come on, I mean, number one, you're stealing their money by telling them that they could be professional wrestlers. And I hate working with people like that, and I'll only work with people like that maybe one time. And if I'm working with people like that, and I have a lot of students like that, I'll tell them, this guy's ripping you off, this guy's taking your money. And of course, it's the last time I go back there, but that's the reason I tell them that. And find yourself a reputable person. Find yourself somebody that's going to give you a fair time. Find somebody that's got connections that can get you seen by the right people. And like I said, I only do a few of them. I do some out in Iowa. I do some down in Oklahoma and Texas, and I do one for you, Dan. And because I do these, I do them for people who I know that's not going to take your money and run and hide. And I do them for people who know other people beside me and have connections that can get you seen out there. And I do them for good, honest people. And I don't want anybody listening to this that has aspirations of being a WWE star. I always tell these guys, the number one thing you got to be when you say, I want to be a WWE superstar, Monday night, Wednesday night, or Friday night, or Sunday night if there's a pay-per-view, turn on that TV, go to your favorite wrestler, take a mental picture of him, and immediately go to the bathroom, take your shirt off, and stand in front of that mirror and say, am I willing to put in the work to look like that guy I want to be just like on TV? And if the answer is yes, put in that work and find yourself an honest promoter, and he'll get in contact with somebody that can put you there because you'll have the dedication to deserve that.
Well, to me, it was an honor to have you with us. It really was. I have all the respect in the world for you, for what you've done, what you've sacrificed in your life to make this sport just a little bit better and the people that you've influenced. And, you know, hopefully we get to do it again. I know we gotta try and pick the better times weather-wise to get you up there. It can be a little chilly compared to this beautiful locale that you have down here in Florida, but you know, just one of the great legends of the sport, and you're still willing to share with the next generation. And I think that says a lot.
Well, it's just a passion that I have. I was handed a break. I was handed an opportunity, and I feel like I went out and made the best of it. I've been lucky. I had a brother that was an exceptional athlete that opened some doors for me, you know, and people can open doors for you, but
you still got to walk through.
For 50 some odd years, that door is not going to stay open because I was a brother of somebody. It's
Right.
going to stay open because you're willing to put in the work and be the dedicated person that you are to get that opportunity.
Right. Well, back to 1989, Houston, Texas, the home of the first Royal Rumble that was on pay-per-view. Your good friend Pat Patterson came up with a concept. It was used on a big house show. Then to try and combat the NWA's pay-per-view efforts, the first Royal Rumble actually aired on the USA Network for free, which I thought was a great way to try and give it to the Crockett effort. But Houston, Texas, a very interesting night, some interesting matches. You saw Haku defeat Harley Race. Harley was pretty much done at that point as a full-time performer. I think he was a hurting unit coming back from that surgery he had on his intestines from a match earlier in the year, actually on a Saturday Night Main Event special with the Hulkster. Was Harley in rough shape at that point?
Well, I tell the truth, 1989, I've told our listeners on an earlier show, in 1989, I started in this company in 1986 as a local promoter. So I was still doing promotions at the time, but it was so strange that my relationship with Vince, because Vince and I always had a very open relationship where we'd call each other and talk about what was going on. Mm-hmm. And we discussed through at an earlier TV the concept of the Royal Rumble that Pat had come up with, and of course, well, the genesis of the whole deal was Roy Shires out in San Francisco. Roy every year
once a year, that big
deal.
Battle Royal.
Well, he'd bring everybody in and from the United States and have them in this big gigantic Battle Royal, and it was the show of the year. So Pat wanted something different. Pat was always one of these guys that would, you know, this is working really good. But you think of, obviously, he always compared, everything he did, he compared to a bowl of soup.
Bowl of soup?
You get a bowl of soup. Well, you think this carrot would be good in it. Let's try some carrots in there. That carrot is good. You know that carrot. I bet if we diced a little onion up, that soup, everything in life was always compared to a bowl of soup. What you put in, either that or strawberry and vanilla ice cream. There's Baskin Robbins, there's 30 flavors of ice cream out there. Same with wrestling. We're going to put 30 guys in the ring, and we hope you pick one of them as your favorite there. But we're going to add some ingredients. We're going to add some garnish on there, as Pat would call them. Put the garnish on there to make it special. And that's what Pat was so good at. So he was able to take this Royal Rumble, an ordinary Battle Royal, and you know, you hit on it earlier, the Saturday Night Live. Well, Dick Ebersol is actually the one that gave the final nod on this. So Pat come up with a time limit. Let's send guys in there. You know, who's coming in next? That's it'll never work, Pat. And so Dick started running around in his mind, you know, hey, they don't know who's coming out. That's great TV. And all of a sudden Vince said, Pat, what else you got there? So that Royal Rumble philosophy and blueprint just started growing from there and turned into it. I thought it was the most ridiculous thing I'd ever heard in my life.
Really?
when
You
I
didn't
first
like the
heard it.
concept?
I mean, I did not that I didn't like it. I just didn't understand. But after sitting there, like you said, it was on free TV, and sitting there on Sunday or Saturday or Sunday night, whatever night it was on, and seeing it, man, who is coming out next?
Yeah.
It got your attention
Interesting,
right
yeah.
away, and it
kept your
It
attention.
turned into the icon. It kept your attention till the very end, because you want to know who that fresh guy was that coming in and had the advantage over everybody.
Right.
And it was awesome. And the talent they had in there, I mean, they were able to build it, and it wasn't no ordinary battle royal.
No.
It was a Royal Rumble.
And 33 years later, it's still going strong. Probably, I would rank it ahead of SummerSlam as the second biggest event of the year.
As far as I think fan appeal, I think it is SummerSlam is, but SummerSlam's hard to beat, brother.
But I think, to me, I look forward to the Rumble each year, just a little bit more. SummerSlam's a lot of fun, but the Rumble, there's so much mystique that goes into it. Like you said, almost a mystery. Who's going to come out next? What's going to happen next? Where you have dual brands now in WWE, what title match are they going to choose? Are they going to go for the Universal Championship on SmackDown? Are they going to go for the WWE Championship on Raw? So it leads, there's a lot of different directions, a lot of different swerves that can be thrown at you. Look at, to me, I thought a great swerve was McIntyre for the Royal Rumble 2020. I didn't expect that at all. And I think they did an exceptional job with Drew McIntyre going over and with Lesnar just laying on the floor for several minutes.
Drew, and you think back to the Madison Square Garden Royal Rumble where John Cena had been out. John Cena had been missing. And all of a sudden, Madison Square Garden, wow.
2008.
Out pops John Cena and that building. As Pat Patterson would go, and they're going banana.
They're going banana. Yeah, I'm just something to look forward to every year. Hopefully, 2022, we'll be back to a Royal Rumble with a big stadium crowd again, because I really like the concept they had the past few years pre-corona when they went to where the Houston Astros play, the Arizona Diamondbacks. It was really, you weren't going to get an 80,000 people like you would for WrestleMania, but you could get a good 40 that would still attend, and it was magnificent, I thought.
I like that, and that's what makes WWE and Vincent Kennedy McMahon so unique, that he's willing to try these things. He's willing to put his money on the line there and say, let's give this a shot. Let's see what this will do. And it might be wrong, and he'll say it's wrong, but what can we do to improve it?
Right.
But he'll try different things. And at that time, and old school promoters were stuck with that one blueprint. This is the way business is. The way business been since 1832, and this is the way business will be forever. And Vince McMahon took the reign and said, no, it's going to be different.
And he continues even in this day as we speak in 2021 to try and recreate that wheel, sometimes for the better. Sometimes fans may not like it as much, but there's always an attempt to try and increase that.
I know we're talking about it in 1989, but 2021 WrestleMania, I don't know about everybody out there, but I had a ball. I was able to finally watch a pay-per-view, a WrestleMania, without having any type of pressures, any type of thought process, except to enjoy what was in front of me. I love the 2-night process. I love the 7-8 matches a night because you're not rushed. You're not exhausted as a fan when you're walking out of there. And night number 2 was as equally entertaining and suspenseful. My only bitch about it is they didn't work the old school gimmick where, all right, you might have got me tonight, but you're not going to get me tomorrow night, and make it so damn hot that you got to have a special added attraction on this day too.
Like when we spoke about that before we went on the air, I think that would have been a lot of fun if they had some kind of a hot angle to go off the air Saturday to lead into Sunday. But I agree with you. I think as a 2-night event, it's much more relaxed, it's not as rushed, and it's not as exhausting. The first time they really went with that lengthy WrestleMania, I think it was 33 in Orlando, And, you know, I need medication.
No, our first one, a 5-hour one was Los Angeles back. I can't remember what that was. First that 5-hour one, I think.
They did a big one for WrestleMania 2000 out in Anaheim. Maybe that's the one you're talking about.
Could have been.
But I mean, that one in Orlando, I think the pre-show started at 4:30 and it didn't end until 12:30. And I, you know, with me, I'm expecting.
And the Hall of Fame had just ended from Ric Flair's speech.
Right. Well, this is the most recent Orlando one when they did Undertaker and Roman.
Yeah, but I still got to throw Rick under the bus.
You got to throw Rick under the bus. I could not believe how long it went. I didn't have enough medication for my issues. And I actually...
That's been my problem.
In front of 80,000 people in the middle of Triple H and Seth Rollins, not a bad match, I fell asleep. I was done from all the activities that
you get exhausted as a fan, as an entertainer, as a producer, as anybody. You get exhausted after a while. And it was really refreshing, even though we had a little storm delay, which Paradise has stormed every once in a while. We had a half-hour storm delay, so the night went a little long. But you know what? At the end of the night, the stars were shining bright, and the people were entertained. They weren't exhausted. They were able to go home and get something to eat, or go to their hotel and get something to bite to eat, and an adult beverage, and enjoy the rest of the night here in beautiful Tampa Bay. And show up the next day for another fantastic evening.
Well, like I told you, there's a lot of fans that nitpick certain things and they don't like sports entertainment compared to 80s type wrestling. But I had little junior ambassador Devon Brent with us, 15 years old, and he told the mother it was one of the greatest nights of his life to be able to see the pageantry of the pyrotechnics, the fireworks, the music, the action inside the ring. I mean, what just the ambiance around the actual in-ring action is.
Wasn't it so great just to have people there?
Yeah,
I mean, just you know, we said on an earlier show, we get so cynical because we're around people all the time. We work with people. We get tired of people. I hate people. I don't want to be around people. But after a year of this damn pandemic and I love being around people. Where the hell you been? And I can't wait till things open up 100%, which they will. And we keep being smart in this country, they will. We'll be back to normal, and we'll be back rocking and rolling. So,
I love it. All right, wrestling fans, I'm hearing a cue from the back. We'll be back after this brief timeout to wrap up another great episode with the Hall of Famer Jerry Briscoe. Stand by.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store.
Check it out.
Here's your chance to own a piece of history from the 2020 WWE Draft. On the second night, October the 12th, The Fiend, Bray Wyatt, and Alexa Bliss unleashed hell on Andrade and Zelina Vega. This limited edition 11x14 collector's poster is number 26 of only 50 made, personally signed by both The Fiend and Alexa Bliss, direct from friends at WWE. Comes with certificate of authenticity hologram on the poster itself, suitable for framing. You'll also receive a bonus autographed mystery photo and an on-air shout-out as our thanks to you. Get this ultra-rare autographed Fiend and Alexa Bliss poster now. Wrestling fans, especially here in the Boston area, we want to thank our great friends at Red Rose for their support for all of our charitable endeavors and programming efforts. Red Rose is 2 years young and extremely thankful for all the support they've had from our neighbors here in Melrose and beyond for an amazing first 2 years. Red Rose thanks Melrose and all of the first responders who have fought the good fight and have never given up hope during these unprecedented times. We did it together. Follow Red Rose on Facebook for their anniversary special, facebook.com/Red Rose Melrose. You'll be glad you did. Open until 2 a.m. Red Rose will give you fresh, piping hot, mouth-watering food that'll put an ear-to-ear smile on even the toughest critic's face. Check out their full menu online at redrosema.com or give them a call, 781-620-1889. All right, wrestling fans, welcome back as we continue to look at that first pay-per-view Royal Rumble offering in 1989. Do you think Haku was the right man for Harley to pass the King torch to?
both managed by Bobby Heenan. Harley was done after the Royal Rumble, and Haku, legit badass.
Haku, man, is there any guy that a bigger legend for his toughness in this business than Haku? So many stories, and I have the greatest pleasure of being with Haku. He come to Florida when he was 17 years old. Jack and I always had a deal. Back in the old days, they used to charge for transportation. The old timer charged the guy transportation 3-4 cents a mile, go places you're going anyway to work. Well, Jack and I always enjoyed drinking adult beverage after our event. So we would always get us a rookie and say, you're going to drive. So Haku comes in, okay, we're not only going to get us a rookie to drive, we're going to get the baddest ass in the damn territory to be our driver and to be our bodyguard. So we get down there and we do our matches, coming back. And, all right, Haku, you're going to drive. I don't have a driver's license. What? I'm only 17. Well, you can get a driver's license, 16. I don't have a driver's license. I can't drive. Well, we lost our damn driver right away. So Haku went from that driver's seat over to the beer opener seat. After a while, we got us another rookie to drive, and so Haku was our beer opener and passed him back to the back seat, my brother and I. So it was an open container, so we weren't breaking any laws. We weren't driving. We had a rookie driving that wasn't allowed to drink. But Haku, I mean, the perception of him with the WWE fan at the time was there was no other badass in the world as bad as this Tongan kid, and he was able to take at what the people believed in him was true in every sense of the word, but he was able to take that and put it into the ring and give them that violent style, which is, you don't know how difficult. If you're a badass, you're a tough guy, that guy across the ring from you, he knows you're a badass, you're a tough guy. So it's hard to get him to total relax for you and fear of his life. But Haku had the confidence of his opponents that, I might be a badass, but I'm a businessman first. So he was a pleasure to do business with, and a guy that I thought probably should have had a better run than what he had.
Yeah. And he wound up at a good run.
He had a great run. He had a great run, but he could have had the run, too. And nobody would have bitched about it.
If they used him to his real-life capability, maybe is the way to look at it, because that is, who was going to take him out?
Yeah.
I mean, and you look at you could hook just about anyone other than maybe Glantz over there with his grappling background. But do you think you could have taken Haku in your prime?
I could have taken him to the local bar, yeah.
Well, so obviously a good choice, but was it sad to see the deterioration in the end of Harley as an in-ring wrestler that contributed so much to our sport?
You put yourself in my shoes. I'd seen Harley. I mean, when I first started in the business, 1965, one of the old traditions of the business, I broke in Oklahoma. The Kansas City territory was 140 miles away from office. When you're a rookie and you were just starting, you had certain obligations. One of your obligations was, okay, you're working for this company here. You're not going on TV. And I was fortunate because I was a college wrestler, and they wouldn't beat me on Oklahoma TV too often unless they work in a angle because of my reputation of being a wrestler. So they would send me down to Amarillo for the function. I'd go down and do favors there, but they'd send me to Kansas City. So I first met Harley when I was a stone cold rookie, going from Oklahoma to Kansas City to do two jobs on the Kansas City TV. Then we would get in the car and drive up to St. Joe and do a job up there. And by the time I did my 2 jobs in Kansas City and got to St. Joe, they'd had a change of plans already for me. Harley Race and Bob Geigel come up to me and said, "Kid, we like the way you work. We like your look. We like your background. Said, you're going to work with Pat O'Connor." And well, Pat O'Connor was my hero.
Wow.
And he said, "You're going to go 10-minute draw." I said, "How's he not going to beat me?" Because I'm
you were blown away.
But I was just blown away. So that's what they did for me. And Harley was there, and he said, "Kid," he said, Pat will give you anything. So use your wrestling because he knows how to do it. Harley was giving me advice, and I was probably a 3-week rookie in the business. And I already got Harley Race giving me advice on how to get over it. And I'm listening like crazy because Harley at that time was 330 pounds of steel, man. He looked the part.
Unbelievable. I mean, we had Harley in the studio. My only wish is that we were able to document more of his career. You know what I mean? When you have someone in once that had the career that Harley had, I mean, we could have gone on for eons when you think about it. You know what I mean? But unfortunately, we've lost a lot of the brotherhood. Some younger than others, but Harley, I mean, what a life! What a life the man has had when you think about it.
I've been all over the world with Harley, and I love Harley, and I got stories about Harley Race that I could tell all night long.
Well, as we go on, you know what? I want to tell those stories. As we are running out of time on the show, though, we got a few more minutes. Also on that Royal Rumble show, a women's championship. Rockin' Robin was victorious and retained over Judy Martin. The women really weren't used all that much back in the 80s. They were more of a novelty. Compare what you'd see in a Rockin' Robin, Judy Martin, compared to what we see now with the, sometimes I think, too many women on the WWE shows. So,
you hit something right there. To me, that was the old coming in against the new. Judy Martin. Judy Martin was an old moolah girl. She wasn't old at the time. Judy was still in her prime, but Judy Martin was a moolah girl. They'd come from the old school work. And Rockin' Robin was a new school type women's athlete that we hadn't seen before, more with the entertainment and the entrances and all that. But these two girls, both of them could go. Robin having her family background that she had and everything, and Judy being the experience. To me, they were competitive wrestlers and talent even at that time. And Robin was a damn good performer in her time, and of course Judy was still one of the all-time greats. But it has evolved so much, but the more things change in the women's division, the more they become the same. Because these ladies now are such good athletes and becoming such good performers and having such good training back there that, you know, you watch some of their matches. Sometimes they're as competitive as the damn men's match. Yeah. And the last Wrestlemania, we saw living proof of that. As the two ladies closed out the event and stole the show.
Yeah, certainly a very memorable night for Sasha Banks and Bianca. We had Sasha, my gosh, back in Boston way back in the early 2000s. Wow. So it was nice to see her in such a spot like that. Do you think, your own personal opinion, that maybe there's a little bit too many women on WWE shows? Because that's my belief. I think there's a little too much. I think it's overdone.
To me, you can't have too many women.
Well, yeah. You know what? There's a lot of ways you can get that kind of entertainment online and on TV.
I enjoy. I mean, you know, I can see what you're talking about. There might be too many occasionally, but overall, I think the balance is, and I think WWE is working on it. I have no affiliation with the WWE, so I don't know what they're doing, but just from being a fan's viewpoint, and I am a fan and I enjoy watching, I feel that they're maybe trying too hard to equal things out.
Yes.
And they're getting there, but you don't have to spoon feed us. You don't have to force feed us, I should say.
Exactly. They said the hashtag when they started this push, give divas a chance. I don't think they said give divas half the show.
Yeah.
And I think obviously it's a publicly traded company. The ratings have declined quite a bit, and it's not all attributed to the women, but you know, at the same time, the week that they started that big
Give
push...
us better storylines and ratings will come
No
back.
kidding. But the week they started that push, when they brought in Becky, Charlotte, Sasha on the same show, 3.5 million people were watching Raw that week. 6 years later, you have about half that audience. So there's a lot of people that have left, or they maybe watch it on clips on YouTube
Now,
or
you
on
Dan,
social
am I
media.
getting this right? You're blaming this all on the women?
I think it's part of it.
You think it's part of it?
I do.
Well, maybe you got a point there, but I just still think, we're not giving them what the fans want to see. They're not giving me everything I want to see, And there's millions of fans out there, and we're all upset because we're not getting to see what we want to see, but some of the people get to see what they want to see some of the time, and the other people get to see what they want to be the other time. So
I enjoy it when you see an Oscar or a Charlotte, and they go out there and they work.
Make them special.
They work like one of the boys, you know what I mean? I think if you had a solid core of 6 to 8, I think it would be tremendous. On the flip side, if they really want to push the women that hard, I would either take 1 hour of Raw and turn it into an all-women show, or on WWE Network, when it's, the possibilities are endless with creative ideas, give them a show on WWE Network and see what the fans like. One man's opinion. I know there's a lot of fans that love the women's wrestling, but I also know there's a whole generation of fans that when I was a little guy that I'd have the pay-per-view parties with, they scoff at what they see now. When I was a teenager and during the Attitude Era, they scoff at what they see.
When I broke into business, women were attraction like K-Stack Calhoun and Andre the Giant.
In the midgets,
You brought them in, every 6 months, every 4 months, you'd bring the women in for 2 weeks, they'd have a little run, and they'd move on for the next territory. I'm not saying it should be like that now, because I think they add a tremendous amount to the show now, and I see some matches that I think are matches of the year. I really do. And sometimes I think there's too many guys on the damn TV too if I'm not getting to see who I want to see.
Right. Well, variety is the spice of life, and a lot of times, whether it's be male or female, when you see the same...
And we're a variety show.
When you see the same talents 3 or 4 times on the same episode, it gets a little stale. But
it's not variety there.
That's what I mean. And you got a lot of great guys that were in that Andre the Giant Battle Royal on SmackDown that could have had a hell of a match or two at WrestleMania. But different story for a different time, folks. We are running out of time, unfortunately. It's the day we are taping this. We're getting ready for Jerry's live Cyber autograph signing. And next time we have Jerry with us, hopefully we'll be able to do it again, because this is a man I want with us long-term. So many stories, so many memories, so many legends he worked with, and the legend that is himself. Jerry, it has been an honor to have you here on this show. We look forward to doing it again really soon.
Thank you, Dan, and I hope we get to do it, and I hope we get to do it in Boston soon. I love Boston. I love the food up there. And
we got to get you to Fenway.
And I got to get to Fenway Park and see my Rays beat the hell out of the Sox.
No, I don't want to hear that. All right, for Jerry Brisco, I'm Dan Marati, folks. Until we speak again, hit the Premier Chat, hit the Super Chat, all those great things. Let's keep wrestling legends working. Good night.
Tickets are on sale now for our 20th anniversary Back to the 80s and 90s WrestleFest Birthday Bash, Saturday, November the 13th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts. Wrestling fans, join us from Sin City, Las Vegas, Nevada as we kick off our 20th anniversary, as well as our annual Paul Bearer Holiday Headlocks Toy Drive with Wrestling Insiders tapings, live episodes, and cyber autograph signings featuring the legendary Kevin Sullivan, former WWE Intercontinental and European Champion D'Lo Brown, WWE Hall of Famer The Godfather, and hey, Halloween's coming. What about Papa Shango? It should be surprises galore from Vegas. Visit our social media platforms for breaking news and updates. Pre-order your autograph photos now at bostonwrestling.com. All right, wrestling fans, welcome to another installment of Wrestling. I'm excited you're here. I don't get to see you much.
I don't get to see you either.
Everybody told me we were never going to see each other again. They said the show was over. So
yeah, they were wrong, weren't
they? They were very wrong. Don't believe everything you read or hear on the internet. We're living proof of that right now.
I've been trying to tell him that for so long.
We are pausing.
Tony's mad at you.
Fuck Tony. You know what I think about Tony?
Stop it. Don't.
I flushed the toilet earlier this morning when I got up. You know what I mean? But anyway, we are going to pause. We love to talk about history and the chronological order that was Marty, even though Marty's brain takes us on this strange GPS adventure.
Say it again.
Marty.
Marty.
I'm sorry. It's from
no,
Marty.
Okay, brother.
We're going to talk with Marty.
You know you're
That was horrible. No, go back to Marty.
Marty's better than Marty.
Please.
You're just not used to hearing it like that. So we're going to take a brief pause over the next couple of weeks with the historical content. We got a couple of, I think, fun feature episodes you're going to enjoy. Yeah. Today we're going to talk a little current events, Marty. The fans, they want to know what you think about what's going on in the world of professional wrestling right now.
I'm not sure if you like Sasha Banks or not.
I think she's a lovely lady,
and
I thought when
she was mean.
I thought when she was here with us in Boston Wrestling MWF, I thought she was delightful.
Oh, somebody, who was it? I'm not going to say her name, but yesterday they said hey, Sasha, I'm not talking bad about you. I don't know you. Yeah. So they said she's a bitch to the fans.
I've heard a lot of that, and I think that's unfortunate. And I heard that there were some certain difficulties and certain things with the office.
What we call it is too much too soon.
Maybe. But you know what? I think, you made a point that made me think. Tony gave me one piece of advice that has always stuck with me. You've actually given me two. One of which is,
I'm ahead.
Like when we break up the tag teams to do interviews, like Bill and Barry, and Knobs and Sags, and the folks sometimes they say, why don't you do the tag teams together? But the point you made once was so great. No. Well, we can stretch that out. But you said it's like two people sitting around a body of water saying, where is the moon?
Yeah,
it's right there.
Reflection,
and then you tell me, where's the moon? It's over there. We both see the moon. We see it in that spot, but it's in a little...
Everyone's correct.
And
you remember that?
Yeah. And I've referenced it several times.
Let me pull your beard.
No. Well, I tell you this because of my good friend JTG from Crime Time, baby.
Who?
JTG from Crime Time. He's hooking me up with that beard care, baby, that Shaw beard. Kofi Kingston's pushing it. You'll see in the commercials a little bit later on. JTG said he's confident he can get my pimp game going. Now, JTG granted...
He better be a hell of a player.
Oh, come on now. Geez, thanks. JTG's got a couple of years under me. Well, unlike my buddy Shelton and Bobby Lashley, I love to break their balls that they've got several years older than me.
You know, Bobby will whoop your ass, brother.
I love Bobby. I love Bobby.
Your ass.
But Bobby is, believe it or not, several years older than me. You would not think that physically looking at the two people. No, and Shelton.
I don't notice this is embarrassing to say on TV because I don't want Bobby to come. Me and Bobby are friends, but man, I like this girl. I can't think of her name.
Yeah, her.
Her. Just go with her. The black girl.
Well, that really narrows it down.
That didn't do nothing, did it?
Are you talking about that he used to be married to?
I think
Crystal Marshall.
Yes, Crystal.
I tell you this.
What?
Tread carefully.
Do what?
Tread carefully.
I love Bobby. I don't want him whipping my ass.
I don't think he particularly cared because
one time with WWE, Crystal walked by. I hope this isn't offensive, but Crystal walked by, and she has a butt. And I was looking, and I knew her because I knew her from my girl Ternisha, and I'm looking. And Michael Hayes comes, he goes, Marty, she's 21. Knock it off.
I don't know if I believe that to be true.
No, it's true.
You're talking 2006?
Yeah.
And it's 2021 now? No, she's got to be in her 40s.
I don't know. I just know Michael walked by and said,
Michael, where are you when you need you, brother?
Oh, yeah, 80s show. Oh, you know what happened?
Well, what do we got?
Jody's mad at me.
Now, who was Jody?
The one that was booked for the big event. We did it
online. Oh, well, I mean, you got to take the first booking you get. I mean, that's just how the business goes.
Yeah, and I told her that. I said, I'm booked on, that's the one show I'm not missing. And I don't miss any shows, but, well, yeah, I do. But I was not going to miss that one. I'm not going to miss the higher shit. We're working hard on this. And she booked a big event. I didn't know it was on the 13th. She didn't even tell me today. She just said the big event.
Well,
you can't be mad at me, Jody.
It is worth mentioning, folks, that the countdown continues to Saturday night, November the 13th, from the historic Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts. 2 blocks that way down the road. We go back to the 80s for WrestleFest. We're going to be joined by such luminaries as this gentleman.
What's luminary mean?
a very, very important person in the world.
Luminary.
A luminary, yeah.
Okay.
Marty will be there, of course. Jake the Snake Roberts, America's hero. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. The tag team that I put together after 17 years of not talking, Action Smash Demolition. The Doctor of Style Slick.
That's not true.
What do you mean?
They did not talk for 17 years.
Yeah. From when Bill left at Survivor Series 90, which we're going to be getting to much sooner than later, until 2007, because Barry, after his WCW stints, wanted nothing to do with wrestling and became almost a recruit. I had to search 3 years to find Barry. 3 years.
You want me to call him right now? Where's my phone?
Barry's one of my... Oh, please. Please, don't start
no,
with that.
for real.
I have no idea.
Oh, my God.
And I hope we don't find it, because your phone drives me nuts when you start talking to people when we're talking on a talk show.
Oh, Dan, you lost the phone.
It's here, don't worry.
I hear it ringing.
All right, good then.
It's right there. Look underneath your feet.
I don't think it's under my feet.
Look right there. Down. No, down on the floor.
How down? On the floor?
Oh,
yeah. Actually, yes, it is right there.
Oh, you stole. I knew it. Give me my damn phone.
No, you know what? I think it's best right there for now. Let's try and focus on what the fans wanted to talk about. Again, folks, the tickets to our Back to the 80s WrestleFest reunion are on sale now at bostonwrestling.com. The all-inclusive VIP packages are, without a doubt, the best value in professional wrestling. We're going to have some outstanding in-ring action that's going to blow the roof off of Memorial Hall. You're going to be able to get autographs from these legends, pose photos, and if you're a VIP, you get to take part in a bonus question and answer session with the legends that's not open to anybody else. You're going to have a hell of a lot of fun. It's not just a wrestling show you can go to. It is an event that will create lifelong memories. And John Cena Sr. issued the challenge. It's on video. If we sell out...
These are so good.
He loves the Fabo Pop. Those are going to be available November 13th.
Okay.
You better believe it, baby. Ice cold. John Cena Sr.'s Fabo Pop in about 15
they are pretty good.
different flavors. But John, like I said, he laid the law down, Marty. He said if we sell out of the VIP packages, again, more than a couple of days ahead of time.
I'm trying to get you to do the thing where we sell a T-shirt that says orgasm donor. And
I don't know if they'd want that at Memorial Hall. The woman that runs the hall.
You didn't even notice this.
Yeah. Now, I always notice it. I'm always worried what's on those feet.
I ain't wearing.
But let me get through this, Marty. John Cena Sr. laid the law down. He said if we sell out of those VIPs, within a reasonable amount of time, sometime soon, the 8th featured guest is going to be a blockbuster. I don't even know who it's going to be. I know he's been talking with acclaimed psychiatrist and Boston Wrestling MWF President Dr. David Reese out in San Diego. We got big things cooking, but I tell you, the in-ring action, the legends are going to lure you in, but the hot in-ring action you're going to get to see with the up-and-comers of today and tomorrow that are going to be the next future stars, superstars in WWE and AEW, it's going to be a hell of a night. What are you doing?
Ask this gray or silver.
What is it?
It's my hair.
Why are you yanking it out?
Because it was in my eye.
All right, well, that's
throw it right
probably good then. All right, let's get down to business now. Marty, the fans looking for some input from you on this great program. Your thoughts on CM Punk after 7.5 years, returning to the world of professional wrestling and all elite wrestling.
We talked about it yesterday a little bit, remember?
Well, we did. We discussed it briefly on the watch-along that we did.
But yesterday was like...
it was quite a while. Yeah, it was a couple weeks ago by the time the fans see this. But your thoughts on one of the biggest...
Oh, my God, they're all great. Look.
Yeah, good.
No.
All right. See? I trust you. We'll put them in the Paul Bearer Holiday Headlock
right here. There's 38.
Oh, no, please, just throw them on the floor.
There's 38 batteries in here.
Oh, Marty. You are...
But CM Punk, I like him. I like him. He's a brother. He's good to me. I don't know him that well. I got no road stories on him, but I like him. I just hate that he got beat up every time he went to the what do you call it, Ultimate Fight.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm sorry, CM.
You know what I think is hysterical? The great mind that Tony Atlas is professional wrestling.
Here we go.
No one's going to care about him anymore. He lost those 2 UFC fights. Well, you know what? They sold out the United Center in about 5 minutes.
Oh, my God.
And he got one of the great reactions in wrestling history when he came out.
You know, I told you about it. I probably told y'all about this. Vince was Zeus. Remember Zeus? He died.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, brother. Love you, miss you.
Rest in peace.
Yes, rest in peace, brother. But Vince brought him over, and everybody got mad for the main event. It was for
SummerSlam '89 was the
Is that what
first
it was?
one.
Yeah. For with Hulk.
Yeah.
And all the boys, man, I do understand the boys' point of view. They're like, we're here all year long. This ninja walks in here and is in the main event. But it's that crossover crowd. You get the crossover.
To me,
it's about business.
As a kid,
I hate to say it, but wrestling is about business.
As a kid that was watching it, I thought it was ingenious
You was a
because
kid?
I was in 4th or 5th grade when that movie
Oh
came
my
out.
God, you're young.
I was captivated by what was going on. I honestly
okay, that's
thought
2 words you used there.
because
What was the other? Luminary.
Luminary. I thought because, all right, at SummerSlam '89 they did Hogan and Beefcake against Zeus and Savage. At Survivor Series,
I didn't know that.
At Survivor Series,
Oh, my
they did a
God.
4-on-4 tag match. It was Hogan's team against Ted DiBiase's team, which had Zeus. They did a Christmas night one-off pay-per-view that had the movie, and then a steel cage match between Hogan and Beefcake against Zeus and Savage. Now, as an uneducated wrestling kid that was just a fan, I thought at some point you were going to get Hogan and Zeus, and I thought that was going to be the main event of WrestleMania 6. But after that Christmas night of '89 cage match, we never saw Zeus again.
I'll tell you two reasons why.
Let's hear it, brother.
Zeus, I might have already told y'all this. One time, because Zeus is like me, he didn't like none of the other guys. Because they didn't, like I said, they didn't. How much?
No, we're on segment 1. Don't worry.
Okay. Because the wrestlers were a little bit mad at him, and he was a big old boy, man. He's like 6'6". Well, you saw them Friday. What was it called? Debo?
Debo,
You
yeah.
saw
my
him.
bicycle.
Ain't nobody trying to mess with him. But they didn't appreciate, they didn't like the fact, and I understand both sides.
Yeah, sure.
You know.
Let me ask you this. Do you think he could have been a valuable commodity if they ever tried to train him to become a full-time wrestler?
Not better than he did in the movies. He did good in the movies.
You're talking about financially?
Well, I mean, not just financially. Are you happy? I think he was happy.
Did he enjoy pro wrestling from what you noticed and observed?
No, because he was mad at the boys. He was because everybody. Oh. So here's what I was going to tell you.
It was an uncomfortable situation for him.
Well, and he was a Crip, out there.
Yeah,
in LA.
I heard. Yeah.
Yeah, and for some reason he liked me. He didn't like the rest of them at all. He didn't like. In fact, nobody.
Everybody
Usually Kurt Hennig. Everybody likes him. Liked him too. Rest in peace, brother.
Zeus didn't even like Mr. Perfect.
It wasn't that he didn't like him. It was just he didn't, get to know him well. But me and him, for some reason, we kicked it off. And 2 things I've driven the most, and it's why it didn't go like you're saying. Why didn't it go longer? And why didn't it do good? Let me see which one went first. Kurt, who everybody loves, Kurt Hennig. He was the best. There was remember Hustler magazines?
Yeah.
They had, how do you know?
I remember they
You're
used
a
to sell
damn
them
pervert.
in the store. Well, when I was in the 4th or 5th grade, I don't think I was going out and buying them, Marty.
How'd you get them?
No, remember they used to, because they used to have, back in the day, across from Kowloon, there was a plaza. And
He stole
this
them.
giant magazine store, Marty. Oh, my God. I'd go in usually once or twice a month with my father, who would go looking for, he'd be looking for fishing magazines and college football.
And you was
blah,
over
blah,
there
blah.
by the porno.
No. This was back in, you're talking like the late 80s, when you had some months 15 to 20 different wrestling magazines that were out. And I'm trying to flip through them as quick as I can to, because he'd
Before
usually...
you get your ass before your daddy caught you.
He'd usually let me get one, but I mean, it's like going to the candy store. What do you pick if you can get 1 out of 20? You know what I mean? So...
Yeah, sort of. That sort of makes sense.
But
so the Hustler magazine, if you remember, since you was always searching them, it had Asshole of the Month, and it had a donkey, and it showed the donkey's ass.
In the magazine?
Yes.
Oh,
it was called Asshole of the Month, and they found somebody.
Well, I know some of them probably could have judged, but
but here's what Kurt did. Here's what Kurt did. He tore that out. And he cut out a little Zeus picture and he put it in the donkey's asshole, and he posted it on the damn dressing room door. Zeus came in there. he thought Joey Morella did it. He was
really?
Yeah. Because Kurt put the damn thing on Joey's back.
Oh, well. Let me ask you this. Where they were both, Zeus, you made it sound like was kind of uncomfortable in the situation he was in. The Ultimate Warrior was just a miserable human being.
Miserable.
Did those two ever cross paths in the locker room?
Zeus.
What do you mean?
Zeus would win.
No. But I mean, did they ever? I mean, was Warrior grumpy and growly and yelling at him?
He wouldn't have been at Zeus.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
really?
he'd calm that shit right down.
All right. Well, Howard Miller has given us the wrap-up signal, folks, right now. As we continue to flashback to talking about Zeus, we're going to be back after this.
I got to tell you about him being in the crib.
Well, that's all right. We're going to get back to that. We're going to take a brief time out, catch up on everything happened in the world of Boston Wrestling. MWF, help us keep rolling as we approach our 20th anniversary. Stand by.
Australia. You know a lot of people in Australia watch us.
Yes.
Tickets are on sale now for our 20th anniversary, back to the 80s and 90s WrestleFest Birthday Bash, Saturday, November the 13th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts. The World Wrestling Federation was live at the Orlando Arena in Orlando, Florida, Sunday, September the 9th, 1990. In the opening contest, Hacksaw Jim Duggan beat Akeem. Coco Beware with the win over the Genius. The Orient Express defeated the Bushwhackers. Mr. Perfect victorious over Jake the Snake Roberts. The Barbarian beat Superfly Jimmy Snuka. Shane Douglas with the win over Black Bart. And in the main event, the WWF World Champion, The Ultimate Warrior, retained the title over Ravishing Rick Rude. If you were in Orlando live, share your memories in the comment section below. Use the links in the description box to keep Wrestling Legends working in our eBay store and on our world-renowned Patreon streaming service so we can bring you more interactive superstar shoot interviews to relive the good old days of professional wrestling. Check it out. Boston Wrestling Sports in the MWF explodes into a new year with professional wrestling content galore and need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after our Monday Night Raw review, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. after NXT and AEW, join rotating legends on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's no-holds-barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll journey on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday night after SmackDown, don't miss John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, history videos, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. For less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, get early ad-free access to our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times. Join our growing family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store. Check it out.
Here's your chance to own a piece of history from the 2020 WWE Draft. On the second night, October the 12th, The Fiend, Bray Wyatt, and Alexa Bliss unleashed hell on Andrade and Zelina Vega. This limited edition 11x14 collector's poster is number 26 of only 50 made, personally signed by both The Fiend and Alexa Bliss, direct from friends at WWE. Comes with certificate of authenticity hologram on the poster itself, suitable for framing. You'll also receive a bonus autographed mystery photo and an on-air shout-out as our thanks to you. Get this ultra-rare autographed Fiend and Alexa Bliss poster now. Wrestling fans, especially here in the Boston area, we want to thank our great friends at Red Rose for their support for all of our charitable endeavors and programming efforts. Red Rose is 2 years young and extremely thankful for all the support they've had from our neighbors here in Melrose and beyond for an amazing first 2 years. Red Rose thanks Melrose and all of the first responders who have fought the good fight and have never given up hope during these unprecedented times. We did it together. Follow Red Rose on Facebook for their anniversary special, facebook.com/Red Rose Melrose. You'll be glad you did. Open until 2 a.m. Red Rose will give you fresh, piping hot, mouth-watering food that'll put an ear-to-ear smile on even the toughest critic's face. Check out their full menu online at redrosema.com or give them a call, 781-620-1889.
Wrestling fans, welcome back to Wrestling Insiders. The new fall season is here. It's 2 decades of Boston Wrestling MWF almost. Dan Marty, Marty Jannetty. We were talking a little Zeus, and I don't know how the hell Zeus came into a CM Punk conversation, but we tend to go all over the place.
Or something like, yeah, I don't know how we got there either.
Yeah.
Ultimate Fighting or something?
Well, I don't think Zeus was ever an Ultimate
No,
Fighter.
he wasn't. I mean, he would have been a badass one. But CM, man, I like you, CM. I don't, you know, we're not like, I can't tell road stories because we never traveled the road together. But he's always been respectful for me, and I've always liked, why are you doing your mouth like that?
Because I was getting ready to ask a question.
Oh, go ahead.
I was preparing my mouth. Do you think it was a mistake that where Fox almost handed CM Punk to them, where they had him co-host that late night? Fox almost handed WWE CM Punk when they had him as one of the co-hosts of that WWE
that show
backstage
where
show.
they,
Yeah. Fox was pretty upset that
you
he
know
wound
who was
up in
good
AEW.
on it? Becky Lynch was on there one time.
That's good.
Do you know about? I mean, did you know that?
They had rotating guests all the time on that show.
Oh, they did.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you?
Who was the black-haired one? The girl.
Paige?
Yes, Paige.
Yeah.
She was pretty good. I got pictures.
Well, you're not the only one.
Yeah.
But I think she gave.
When he was in Europe, one of my boys.
I think
I
she
got
gave,
it on my phone actually.
I think she gave Xavier Woods the name for his video game show, Up, Up, Down, Down. But anyway.
Oh my God.
Anyway, back to the world
One
of
Night in
profession.
China. Oh, that's right. That's right.
I don't want to see that one.
Yeah, I saw it. It wasn't pretty.
I can imagine. If you're trying to, you know what? I'm glad I caught myself. Anyway.
No, what was you going to say?
I was going to say if people watched it, they were probably going to figure out or try and think which penis was whose.
Let me tell you, I don't understand why Triple H. Shit, are we on TV right now?
Yeah. You don't think Triple H what?
I don't
know. You couldn't figure out why Triple H went with her.
I think he was working his way at that time. Let me tell you what happened with Triple. I love you, Triple. You know that. When he first came in WWE or WWF, whatever it was, the Nasty Boys from WCW had told him, get with Shawn Michaels, he'll get you to the top. Well, goddamn, what I can't? But we was on the bus over in England, and Triple was like, when Shawn got up to get off the bus, somebody get his bag, get the champs, because he was, at that time, Intercontinental, I think. And Triple was like, somebody get the champs bag. They do that in Japan. Out of respect, the young boys, they carry your shit. But we wasn't in Japan. But old Triple started out like that, and then he went to China, who was, there's a reason, I can't say this on TV, can I?
Oh, go ahead, yeah.
No, you gonna let me, Linda McMahon. But so
wait a minute, China.
So Triple, stop. Triple, you gonna get me in trouble. Triple, nothing against you, China. Rest in peace. I like you to death. I heard you was beautiful personality, great person, and I believe that from everything I've seen. But
I think she started out very nice.
You think
and
she
by
got
the
ugly?
end of her tenure, I think she was I know as a fact from people in the office, she was a pain in the ass to deal with.
How you know that?
Because that was when I was doing stuff with Ed Cohen, and she was trying to renegotiate her deal in the middle of the Stephanie and Triple H triangle. And
she got upset.
She wanted money on par with Austin and The Rock.
So Triple went from China, who was, I'm not going to say nothing about Linda McMahon and her, but
you trying to insinuate that China made love to Linda McMahon?
And then,
China and Linda made love?
Then he went straight to Stephanie while he was with China. What was her real name?
Joni Lauer.
Joni, yeah. Yeah. And then next thing we know, he's the vice president of the company.
Do you think it's
what the fuck? I love you, Trip. You did it good, brother.
Do you think it's possible that China had a little makeup sex with Linda McMahon?
I can't say that on TV.
Well, maybe,
you say it.
Maybe you could nod if you. What a visual!
Man, you get me in so damn much trouble. Nobody's gonna hire me.
Dear Lord, what a visual! Santa Maria.
I never. Did you ever get with China yourself?
No, I didn't have much interest in China in that way. But a nice person.
Fix your hair right here, brother.
What do you?
Pat it down.
Pat it down?
Look like a spider leg.
Oh, all right. Well,
Okay, you got it.
I'm trying to look hip, I guess. I don't know.
Now just pull it out.
I don't want to pull it
No,
out.
it's sticking out like
Is
this.
it sticking out, Howard, or what?
Can you see it back there?
Howard doesn't know what we're talking
on the left side
about.
of his head. It's like this.
Well, the cameras aren't picking it up,
Let
so
me
let's
get you.
not
Want me to
worry
get it?
about it. No.
Where's my phone?
I don't know. Back to the point of contention, other than China and Linda McMahon making love, do you think that WWE, with all the money and the resources they have, where they're making record profits, should have gone above and beyond to try and make CM Punk happy and feel welcome and want to come back?
I don't
One of the
know.
biggest stars in the business. Look,
No, he wasn't. CM,
well, look at the business he's already done for AEW.
who they got?
Well, I'm just saying, they sold out the United Center in 5 minutes. They had record-breaking merchandise sales on his T-shirts. People for
his?
7, yeah,
Damn.
for 7 years at WWE
I love
Live.
you, CM, but here's the thing. And please don't get mad at me and hit me because you might be
won't.
disappointed. No, I love you, brother. I love you.
Yeah.
But I hate to say it, and I teach the kids. I train. I train. I'm a coach. Your style is boring. I'm sorry to have said that, but it's pretty boring. This is all you do.
Well, no matter what we personally think of his style,
And you got that one great move, though, where you do the thing into the knee.
he's over the go to sleep.
Huh?
Go to sleep.
The one
yeah.
where, yeah.
He's over as you know what. I mean, the
Shit.
fans are ecstatic to have him back in the world of pro wrestling after 7 long years of having to wait. And you know what?
Has that been 7
Was I
years?
hit? It was. He left right after Royal Rumble in
Shit.
2014.
We're getting old, brother.
What's that?
We're getting old. That's
And
been
I think-
7 years.
I think one of the great, I would have loved to have been a fly on the wall meetings was, I think it was at the TV tapings following the Rumble.
Just speaking of fly, one just got on me.
He had a meeting with Vince and Triple H about how he was unhappy and he wanted to leave and so on. And Vince said, oh, well, WrestleMania, we're going to have you work Triple H. And he goes, I don't need to work with Triple H. Triple H needs
Good
to
for
work.
you, brother.
Triple H
I
needs,
love you, Triple. You know that, man.
Triple H needs to work with me. And I guess he said in that interview he did with
Okay,
Colt
that's
Cabana,
that's getting a little arrogant right there.
he said the veins in Triple H's neck were bulging at that point.
But he didn't do nothing.
And then, I don't know if it was intentional, but WWE, they let him have a little time to go home. And then the day before his wedding, Vince called and CM Punk still didn't want to come back. And then the day before his wedding, he got the FedEx envelope saying bye-bye.
Oh, that's how they
That's
did
a little
me.
cold.
Or they did me the same way.
The
Well,
day
that was
before
actually-
your wedding?
No.
Oh, what did you do?
I don't know. Can you hear me?
Oh, Marty. You,
3, 2.
yeah,
Somebody say one.
Howard hears you, don't worry.
But
anyway.
I never, and I owe Triple an apology because I got mad at him once.
Why?
I'm not sure, but
Made for a hell of a
got mad at
story.
him, but not really. I love him to death. I love him to death. And one time Stephanie was on TV, saying, on the show, the Raw, and saying, I might have been drinking, so I misunderstood. And why are you shaking your head?
Keep going.
But she had said something about the Marty Jannetty of the team, and what she was saying is that, when I saw it later, when I watched it when I wasn't drunk, she was actually complimenting. And she was like Al Snow, like you might want to take that as a compliment. And but I'd been drinking. I didn't even drink that much. It was only one
Just
bottle.
a little. Yeah.
And yeah, so I got mad as shit, and I got on the damn. I think it might even been MySpace. This is how long ago? No, but
Wow.
it wasn't that long. Facebook, and I said, hey, why don't you ask Triple H is he sure all those kids are his? Yeah. I'm so sorry. I've never had sex. I've never had sex with Stephanie in public, ever.
Never in public?
Ever.
What about in private?
I don't do that.
I mean, was there like
Next question.
a McMahon suite where you and Stephanie
what
were
he
in one
did to
room,
me and Sean, I told
and
you,
Linda
right?
and China were in another?
Vince came to me and Sean.
And Vince was with Sean in another. I mean, this really could have been
Oh my
a hell of a hotel
There's a lot
suite.
of weird sex going on.
And we were talking about that one with Shane
Yeah,
last night at Kowloon.
we were talking about.
Well, you know
But
what?
he did come over and tell us not to have sex with her. I think I've told y'all this.
He said
on this
what?
Show. Well, she was 15 years old at
Oh,
the time.
when Vince.
Yeah,
okay.
and he was bringing her to TV for the first time. And Sean and I were known for a lot of girls, a lot of nights. And but he came over and he goes, well, my daughter's coming tomorrow for the first time to TV. If I hear either one of y'all are messing with her, I'll fire your ass. And he did that damn Vince, like the laugh you got sometimes.
You were respectful. You waited till she was 19.
19, yeah.
Well, that was good of
Oh,
you.
wait, did you say that? Oh, my God.
Do you think that WWE should have gone above and beyond to make CM Punk an offer he couldn't refuse to make him happy?
Did he draw money?
He sold a hell of a lot of merchandise at a time when business was down. I mean, a lot of merchandise.
Well, then they should have.
I agree with you. I think it was a big mistake to let him go to AEW, but
Sometimes, you know what Vince had on his door?
What was on the door?
This is in the office, like when we were, I ain't been there in 10 years.
Yeah.
But it says Star Maker, Star Breaker. It's a plaque. It's right there. It says Star Maker, Star Breaker.
In his office or a TV tape?
On the wall before you go in his office. I'm talking about the building, the
Titan Tower?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And on his door, Star Maker. It's
I never made it up that high in the building.
Why?
I never had to go that high. The highest I ever went was Kevin Kelly's office. So.
Remember old Kevin?
Yeah, I like Kevin. He was a good guy. He was a good egg. Yeah. But anyway, what do you think about all these releases in WWE? Things are getting a little crazy over there. What I have to think is out of just what literally, and especially you've been around the block in wrestling.
Once.
I've been around a long time too.
20
and
years.
for my 20 years, for my jaw to drop.
Was that 10 minutes?
No. Segment 2.
Oh.
My jaw literally dropped when I saw that they released
You should with a heavy-ass beard.
The Fiend Bray Wyatt. I mean, you talk about a guy moving merchandise, a guy that the Fiend Bray Wyatt.
Oh, yeah.
IRS's son.
And they did
Why
that thing.
on earth would you want to lose him?
I don't know. And
Top merchandise mover in the company for a period of time. And I tell you this is the reason why people say, why do you still like to go to the live events where you've been doing it for so long? You know why I like to go, Marty?
Why? Your ear?
I like to listen. I like to listen
you gotta keep
to
up,
what the fans are saying, how they're reacting.
I do that on Facebook.
You can pipe in on anything. You can write anything on social media. You can listen to anything piped into a television show, but you're not going to hear what these ticket-buying fans are really saying unless you are there. And let me tell you something. The Fiend was a character that fans were willing to pay money to see at a time when business is kaput, despite the record-making profits in WWE right now. Just about every popularity
metric. They're still doing that good?
Huh?
They're making record profits?
Oh, my God, absolutely.
How'd that shit happen?
They signed outstanding television deals for the network and for Fox and for Raw and Saudi Arabia.
And you're talking them down.
But no, if you look at it, before the coronavirus, live attendance was down big time. Merchandising was down. Third-party licensees like video games, action figures was down. Network subscriptions in the United States were down. There was no metric in the business that was up. Do? He was smart enough to be able to negotiate the best television deals that he could possibly get.
You know who he's good friends with? They get advice from each other?
Who?
Donald Trump.
Oh, yeah.
DT. We call him DT.
And it's funny, before Trump got tossed off of Twitter, he followed maybe only like 80 to 90 people, and Vince was one of them. No, Trump didn't follow Vince. No, yeah, he followed Vince. But anyway, what do you think about, as we wrap up this segment, someone like the Fiend, Bray Wyatt?
He walked backwards.
Young guy.
He used to walk backwards like a spider.
Yeah, he'd do that little spider crawl. Yeah. I thought that gimmick when he sat in the rocking chair and he did kind of like the Waylon Mercy gimmick, I thought that was overexposed where it was on TV so much. But with the newer gimmick where between, I didn't like the Mr. Rogers version of it.
Is that the one with all the toys and
shit? I hated that.
I did too.
But when he had that...
But kids liked it. That's who buys it.
When he had that evil mask on and that red light and that dark, sick theme song,
that blonde
that was money.
That blonde-haired girl, it was like his...
And now she's doing it with
What's her name?
Alexa Bliss.
Yeah.
But I mean, honestly, what did you think about someone like The Fiend at a time when they're lacking star power to begin with? Why would you get rid of him?
Had to be negotiations.
Well,
he might have demanded what he knew he deserved.
I don't know when his contract was due, but I do know that. Oh wait, Howard Miller has given us the big flag.
Okay, we'll talk to you in a minute. We gotta
We'll
go.
talk to you all. Well, no, we'll just wrap up the segment really quick. I do know.
Are we going to another week?
We're going to wrap up this show.
Oh, we still got some more.
Just follow, don't worry, brother. I'll guide you in the right direction. This
Okay.
isn't the Titanic.
But so
I don't know if you saw the angle where Randy Orton lit him on fire, but
Yeah,
between
I saw it.
between December and when he was released in August,
Yeah.
he only had that one match at WrestleMania. So they were paying him an awful lot of money to do nothing. I had heard rumors WrestleMania week that maybe there was some mental health issues going on, and I can't figure this release out.
What's the gymnast girl that we love to death?
The gymnast girl?
Yeah, this the best, the GOAT, the best ever. The black girl that wins everything, but she had mental problems. Who? Yeah.
You're talking Olympics. I'm thinking wrestling.
Oh, you want me to change?
No, but what were you going to say about her as we wrap
Everybody's
up the
doing
segment?
this mental problem thing now.
Yeah.
I think with her.
Well, that's why we need David Reese.
Who?
The acclaimed MWF president and psychiatrist. He works with a lot of
That's
major
your
league
friend.
sports teams. Yeah.
I told you we'll do it on the show.
He diagnosed Tony's foot problem.
You know,
on the
I
show.
got.
You know, he really did.
You know
The three
what
of us.
Tony's foot problem was? He wouldn't wash it.
No.
But this, I got CTE.
Yeah.
You know about that? And you said he's good with that.
Very.
Well,
Well, we'll have to set up a
let's call him
conversation.
now.
Well, we're not going to do it on the air. He has bookings during the day. But right now, wrestling fans, we are going to take a brief time out. We're back to wrap up the show. Stand by.
Tickets are on sale now for our 20th anniversary Back to the 80s and 90s WrestleFest Birthday Bash, Saturday, November the 13th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts.
Cheer. Why, hello. I would ask what was on your mind, but I already know. You want to know what has got my beard looking oh so majestic. And I'll tell you, it's sexy as hell beard care. Coconut oil, vitamin E oil, almond oil, both sweet and bitter, shea butter, it's all natural. Yes, JTG has actually come out with a high quality product. So support your boy by going to sahbeardcare.com and take one step closer to becoming sexy as hell. Cheer. Ooh, cheer. You know?
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marati.
And I'm John Cena Sr.
Johnny, the momentum here in Boston wrestling continues as we continue to build and build and build. The fans want to know, how do we help? We subscribe to the Patreon, but we see all the great merchandise on that set. Coronavirus may have killed the nightlife, especially for someone like Marty, but our acclaimed eBay store is open 24/7 around the world.
Wow. Check it out.
Arguably the greatest professional wrestler of all time. Get this limited edition collector's autograph print personally signed by two-time WWE Hall of Famer Nature Boy Ric Flair, inscribed 16 times for each of his recognized World Championship reigns. One of only 50 made direct from our friends at WWE. Also signed by original artist Rob Schamberger. Help keep wrestling legends working. Get this awesome Ric Flair collectible for your wrestling collection now.
Wrestling fans, welcome back to Wrestling Insiders. Dan Marati, Marty Jannetty. We were just trying to figure out what on earth WWE was thinking getting rid of an outstanding character. Yes, they released him. His contract didn't
They didn't
expire.
get rid of him. They just didn't renew him.
No, he still had a contract, so they released him. The one whose contract expired,
He wanted what he desered. And
I didn't hear anything
I love
about
you,
that.
Vince, but sometimes Vince can be like macho. You know.
I know he was well into the seven-figure club.
Was he?
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah. That's a lot to be released from. He's got,
Well,
And
that
he's-
might be why right there.
He's got kids from a
They
couple
call
of
it
different
a
women,
ceiling
too.
cap in football. You know, you got to
Yeah.
get rid of ceiling cap.
Well, we only wish Bray the best. I tell you this.
Yeah, love you,
if,
brother.
If the
You know
price,
who Sonny
if
is?
the price was right, I would love to have him with us. I think every current fan and kid on the planet would want to meet him.
I can make that happen.
Well,
Where's my phone?
we'll get there after the show.
But you know whose son it is?
Yeah,
Who?
Mike Rotundo. Rotunda. Which I get confused what the real one is. Is it Rotundo or Rotunda?
We called him both. He didn't care.
You know what I think,
Just
though?
don't get Mike wrong, though.
And I'm
You
putting
gotta
over
get
Bray
that.
Wyatt like $1 million. The one that I think WWE made a huge mistake on that was costing them pennies on the dollar compared to Bray was his brother, Bo Dallas. Now, on television, they always presented him in these goofy comedy roles that I hated. But if you ever went to the house shows, the non-televised events, and watched him work,
I didn't get to see it.
Bo Dallas,
Yeah.
that's Mike's other son,
Sorry, y'all.
and Bray's brother.
I missed.
He tagged with Mr. Perfect's son for a while. They were the B team, and they were aligned with the Miz. He did a thing called Believe. He
think
was
I
part of
remember
the
that.
social outcast factions. They just once you go comedy with these people, it's like you castrate them. It sucks.
But you know what?
But when you, the point I want to make is when they'd give him a chance to go out and work those non-televised events, he was so good, so crisp. He looked so realistic.
Bo
Yeah, Bo Dallas.
Okay.
So, granted, was he a guy that was going to main event pay-per-views for that company? I don't think so. But could he have been used as a guy to set up the guys that were going to work the main events on pay-per-views on TV? Yes.
You own Boston Wrestling. What do you do?
I'd bring them in.
What do you? No. What I mean is, what do you do with the guys that you have conflict with? You let them go.
No, I always go by what
you try. You try.
I go by the WWE mantra when I worked with Ed, which he taught to me was, any two people can resolve a problem unless one of them is an asshole. And look at what I'm dealing with Tony.
Will you leave Tony alone?
Anyway.
Tony does got dirty feet.
He what?
Dirty feet.
I never examined his feet.
Well, you just said he had a bad foot.
Well, he likes
feet. I know that too.
Yeah. But
love you, Tony.
It's sad. A year ago, every member of the Rotundo family was part of WWE.
Ain't that crazy?
Mike was an agent. Now they're all gone.
Yeah. Is he not?
He got furloughed and then released. Yeah.
Furloughed.
Furlough means like you just kind of you're with them until they need you again.
Okay, let me get all these words you hit me today. Furlough.
I'm going to tell you an interesting
Illuminati.
story about one of our common friends off of the year that I think you'll find actually really interesting.
Okay.
But as far as in ring, I'd love to have Bo. I think as Bray Wyatt goes, that would be one you'd have to try and set up like an autograph. I think Bo Dallas would be economically feasible.
Okay.
I think Bray would be a bank breaker.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, if he's doing right, he ain't going to be cheap.
Well, but you know what? If he can generate that income back, he's worth it. Another release that really kind of surprised me, one of the great, not that he could really do anything in the ring at this point, but as far as being an ambassador for the sport.
Cody Rhodes.
Woo! The Nature Boy. WWE said Rick wanted to go. WWE said, Rick, c'est la vie.
Well, you know what, though? And Rick learned this from Japan. I was with him over there in Japan when he learned that because Giant Baba was a legend. Because he was like 7 foot tall, Japanese, and they don't get but this tall. So 7 foot when and Baba was. They loved him till he died. He almost died in the ring, and Ric Flair's doing. He's riding out the legend. I guess that's what we call it. He's riding out the legend. He'll be around. Now, what happened to his daughter? She's not. I ain't seen her on TV in a while.
Oh, she's the champion.
Now?
She took some time off. I think she had a little facial work.
Did she get? I saw that. Yeah.
She looks kind of like an elf now. Well.
But did she get pregnant?
No. But the funny thing was they pulled her from WrestleMania, I believe, because WWE told her she was pregnant with Andrade's child, and she was never pregnant.
There's only one way they knew that.
There was no child, which I think is hysterical and sad in some ways. But your thoughts on Ric Flair leaving WWE? Do you think it's a mistake for WWE to let go of one of the last true living legends that's still alive.
He'll be fine, and they'll be fine.
I think he'll be fine. I'm not saying that.
He's on a commercial now.
Yeah, and the funny thing is, the commercial runs during WWE
all the
TV.
time.
Yeah. But I mean, honestly, you don't think it was a mistake to let him go?
No, they're both happy.
Problem I think there was, and I think you were wrong about Bray Wyatt. I think
what did I say about him?
That you thought it had to do with how much he made. With Flair, I was
negotiation, yeah. Sometimes you butt heads.
I was told that Flair makes more money than a lot of the regular roster guys.
And you know what?
So to let him go, maybe economically, that was a good move for him.
You know what? Sean got one of his first long-term contracts. It was
one of the 5-year deals.
No, he got 20 years.
Sean?
$1 million.
No, that was Brett.
No, he had a 3-year deal.
No. Brett
I
had
ain't supposed to be telling you all
Brett,
that. I'm sorry.
Brett had the 20-year deal in '96.
Brett, Sean did.
No,
$1 million a year for 20 years.
You're wrong.
Oh, okay.
And I'm not trying to be. And I'm not trying to.
Was you there?
I'm not trying to be rude or disrespectful.
I know that.
I know what went on with his contract as it was happening because I was in the picture at that point.
Which one?
With Sean.
Oh.
Because here's what happened. Funny story. Cough, cough, wink, wink. Remember how after WrestleMania 14 he had to retire due to that back injury where he'd never be able to wrestle again?
Yeah.
When his contract expired for $750,000 a year.
That's what it was to start with, yes.
Yes.
And then it went to $1
million. They brought him back in 2001, and he showed up, as we like to say, unable to perform. So they sat him for a little bit. Then in 2002, they brought him back with the WWE version of the NWO, but it was not a 20-year deal.
And then he lied to me.
But Brett's deal was 3 years to wrestle.
$7.2 million for
from
3 years.
96 to 99.
It was 7.2, I know.
And then from 99 through 2016, he was going to be that ambassador role at less money.
You know what sucks, brother?
What?
And you know this because you're in the business too. We are the lowest paid on the damn sports scale.
8% of the gross. 8%. Imagine if the NFL, if they were paid 8% of the gross, what that would look like. Or the NBA, if they were paid 8% of the gross.
I sat next to Pete Rose one time for a signing.
Yeah.
You know, I love Pete Rose. I think we all do, if you're a sports fan. He's signing 8x10s that I'm signing for $20. He's doing it for $150, and he's doing like this as a line, and I'm looking like, somebody please come get a picture. But 20, he's doing $150. But that's the sports world. We're the lowest on the totem pole.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I want to try and get through as many of these as we can in this episode, Marty. Unless you had anything more to add about the Nature Boy.
I hope Rick lives 10 more years because I love him to death.
Well, maybe more than 10. That would only bring him to his early 80s if he lived another 10. I don't know how.
What's he now, 70?
I think he's in the early 70s, 72 maybe?
Yeah, that sounds right. There was one time in St. Louis, I can't tell this story.
Tell.
Huh?
Yeah, I'll tell you this on one
of
our
episodes. It had to
episodes.
do with a lot of girls.
Tony Atlas.
Rick could pull the girls.
Tony said that back in the Georgia days that he saw Rick abuse some women and violate their female parts with toys to the point they had to go to the doctors.
They wanted it.
They wanted it from the Nature Boy.
You're not going to abuse it. It's hard to abuse. I hate the term that you use.
Well, I'm telling you what Tony told us. It's hard to what?
It's hard to abuse a rat. They want everything in them.
These rats?
I put a damn, excuse my language. I put a light, I told you about that, me and Johnny Polo at Raven. Y'all know him as Raven. It was Johnny Polo way back when we had a sweetheart, beautiful girl. Hey, Laura, love you. And we were sticking things in. And this is horrible.
Yeah.
We were sticking, there's a beer, a Fable bottle. We started with a beer bottle. And then we went to something bigger, and then we went to something bigger. Oh, Johnny, he hands me the lamp. He took the shade off and gave me the lamp, and the bulb was still warm to put up in her, and she still said okay.
You know, Howard actually did that to the outreach director here at the
Who
studio.
did?
Howard, the director.
Finkel?
No, the director in the control room.
Oh, right now, hey, you little kinky
ass. Can you believe
ass.
he did that? Right in the studio. I couldn't believe it when I walked in one night. Anyway.
And I lied to my people one time.
About what?
I took a phone. We got the phone, the stick this is horrible. To stick up in her.
In her private area?
Yeah, and didn't actually stick the whole phone, but the first picture was the phone, right there.
You would take
But we
Polaroids.
unsnapped it and then put the cord in, so it looked like the phone was up in her. But I told everybody, yeah, she took the whole phone. Sorry, Lori, love you.
Gave the ET message phone home, a brand new...
different way, right?
different look at it, yeah. Well, you know what? What about...
What is wrong with us?
We're crazy. It's a crazy industry. It makes people do crazy things. We're around nuts.
That's still Vegas.
We talked a lot about, we mentioned contracts that have expired. What about Daniel Bryan? His contract expired. He's a free agent.
Is he still married to?
He's married to Brie Bella. They have a child together, maybe two. Good for them.
I think it might. I can't show y'all. Can I show you a picture later?
Yes. I can only imagine.
It's not bad. It's not bad. It ain't like that.
I don't know about that. But Daniel Bryan, he not to steal the phrase that Bray Wyatt used to use, but he has the whole world in his hands. He's a free agent. I know WWE would like him to return, especially now where John Laurinaitis is his father-in-law. If he goes to if he goes to AEW, that might make for an uncomfortable Thanksgiving dinner.
You know, the first time I was going to get with the Bellas both up. Shit, it's on TV again, ain't it?
But that's all right. They were known to be.
Stop it. No, they weren't.
Yes, they were.
They're very nice. No.
I
would defend them all day long.
I've heard.
Stop it. Well, I know them better than you do.
Well, I know someone that knows them a lot better than you do.
Who?
You know who.
Bryan?
Huh?
Bryan. Oh, boy. Damn, got me on that one.
I don't know if you're going to top that. There was a lot of interaction.
1 minute?
I would have said enough, baby.
Are we done?
No, we're getting ready to wrap up. So some final thoughts?
On which one?
Whatever the hell you were talking about. Oh, well, let's quickly where I think it's an important.
I got to tell you this though.
What?
When are y'all?
Quickly.
Okay, yeah, it was in Jacksonville where I live now.
Yeah.
But it was in Jacksonville, and the Bellas were over there. All the girls were over in the corner. The Miz was over there. I had just worked with him that night, and Johnny come down and sat. He didn't. The place was full. The hotel bar was full.
You mean Laurinaitis?
Yes.
Okay.
And so me and my brother Gino, we got him a seat. Like, yeah, come on, sit over here. And he kept staring at the Bellas. And then gosh, I shouldn't be fucking telling this.
That's all right.
But he showed me the phone because their mother, he ended up marrying her.
Yes.
And I thought he was lying. He's like, I'm like, why are you staring at them? Just go take them up to the room. Oh no, it's not them, it's their mother. I'm seeing her mother. I'm like, yeah, shut up. And he showed me where she called. And then they got married like about a year later or something.
Do you know, you want to hear a funny story? At WrestleMania 31, John Cena Sr. and the mother were kind of flirty, maybe is the word. And Papa Bella, Papa Bella went after John Cena. Papa Bella, the father of the Bellas, went after John Cena Sr. They almost went to blows.
For real?
Yeah.
Damn.
Isn't that funny? But anyway, real quick about Daniel Bryan. He's the hottest free agent in wrestling right now. He can sign with any company he wants to at any time. Where do you think Daniel Bryan winds up? Does he go back to Vince where he has so many family relations? Or the rumor mill is that he's already got a verbal agreement in place for big money for a great spot in AEW where he can wrestle a style and a schedule that he wants.
If he makes the right decision, he'll go to Boston Wrestling.
We had him. They actually let us have him when he was the United States champion. Can you believe that?
That was a long time ago.
Well, still, that's quite a coup to us to be able to say we had the United States champion wrestle on one of our events.
A coup, laminator,
luminary.
You've hit
luminary.
Me, luminary.
But
man, you've hit me with so many words.
We had, Marty, the only event in wrestling history that had an active WWE champion, an active Ring of Honor champion, and an active TNA champion. Eddie Edwards was the Ring of Honor champion, and Jay Lethal was the TNA X Division champion.
Hey, Jay.
And they all worked the same event for us. You tell me where else in wrestling that's ever happened.
You didn't have Sasha Banks, though.
She was there that night. She did an angle with Awesome Kong, and it was Kong's first night before she went to WWE as Karma. We had a night Karma.
Oh,
That was, she is known as in WWE. We had a nice ceremony. Jay came out and gave her flowers where they worked together in TNA. I like Jay an awful lot for a long time.
He's a good brother, man. I like him to death.
So you think Bryan should go? Where would you think he's AEW bound?
Where else?
I mean, look at the.
Let me ask you this: you know things.
All right, what do we
how are the ratings doing? AEW catching up?
Slow but steady. They did a monster number for CM Punk, but obviously it declined a great deal after that. After week one.
Don't get mad at me, but I don't understand it.
Well, I think he's someone that resonates with a generation that's maybe a little different than ours. Is a fair way to put it.
A lot different.
But I think it's great for wrestling that he's back.
You, CM. You know
I think it's great that AEW at least is the only promotion in wrestling that seems to have some great momentum going for it. Andrade Almas, what a waste he was in WWE. He should be Andrade.
Who? CM?
No, Andrade.
Who's that?
The one that's with Charlotte Flair. The Mexican guy.
That guy can do backflips out the ass?
No.
Who's the one?
Andrade should either be a main eventer on Raw or SmackDown, and now he's on AEW. Aleister Black was another guy that was in line, or should have been in line for a great push in WWE. Now he's working with Cody Rhodes in AEW in a great spot. So AEW is showing talent in every company
they are going to do
that
good,
they can make a nice living and they can get a good spot.
It's just another TNA, though. I hate to say it that way. It's just another TNA. It'll be around for a while.
It really all depends on the creative and the common sense, I guess. There was no common sense in TNA.
What's the black dude that he come out to the ring with? One of the girls. He was like and he's fucking great. I mean, he does
in AEW?
Oh no, WWE. He's just recent. Who? I can't think of. Y'all would know.
Cedric Alexander?
Huh?
Cedric Alexander?
I don't know.
He's a cruiserweight. But he comes out with a valet, you said?
He was the valet for one of the girls.
Oh, Reginald.
Yes.
Yeah. You like that gimmick?
Oh, my God, can he work? Oh,
I don't know what it is. It's more like Cirque du Soleil more than anything.
He did a triple backflip, and it pissed me off because I'm like, in my best day, I couldn't do that.
Howard taught him how to do it.
Do what?
Howard taught him how to do it, as a matter of fact.
Howard?
Yeah, in the control room.
What are you doing, Howard?
He's an acrobat in his spare time.
He is?
Yeah. All right. Well, wrestling fans, we are unfortunately running out of time on Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty. We tried to bring you some current events, but as always, the GPS in Marty's brain takes us in many different directions, including
you took us out somewhere.
The China.
I never knew the Bellas senior knows them.
Well, John was engaged to Nikki, and they were weeks away from getting married.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah. And
what really happened there?
I think it came down to kids. One wanted kids and one didn't.
Then he had one with somebody else.
No, he doesn't have any children.
I thought it was a new girlfriend he's got.
No, he doesn't have any kids.
Oh. Well, you know what somebody told me, and I can't tell you who. I'm not going to. I can't say it.
All right, we'll kayfabe now.
Okay, Fabe?
Yeah.
The
names, but what's the story?
John's both ways.
Really?
Did you know that?
No.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. I don't know that to be true, but it was told to me by a guy that was with him. Oh, shit.
Wow. Well.
I'm just playing.
One of the sons is...
one of the sons?
No, one of the Cena children is gay, so, it is what it is. Nothing wrong with that.
Ain't nothing wrong with that.
That's right. He's not bothering anybody.
Charles told me last night.
Who?
Charles.
Yeah, Charlie Wilson.
Yeah, he told me last night he'd sucked it. He's
filleted?
Yeah, yeah.
Well,
and
if it makes him happy.
I love him to death, man. We sat around the room last night. I didn't have no girls last night.
He visited with you again last night?
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah. All right. Oh, wait a minute. Howard's coming. I can hear Howard. Howard's marching down. He's going to be waving those big arms. I don't even need to see the wave. All right, Wrestling Insiders. Wrestling Insiders. All right, wrestling fans, we're out of time. For my paisan, my partner in crime, no matter what the zeros in Long Island may say, he's here. He's part of the family. We love him. We ain't wearing sunglasses. We'll see you next Thursday night at 10 o'clock. You and yours. Be well. Be healthy. Good night from Boston.
Love y'all.
Tickets are on sale now for our 20th anniversary Back to the 80s and 90s WrestleFest Birthday Bash, Saturday, November the 13th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts. Wrestling fans, join us from Sin City, Las Vegas, Nevada as we kick off our 20th anniversary as well as our annual Paul Bearer Holiday Headlocks Toy Drive with Wrestling Insiders tapings, live episodes, and cyber autograph signings featuring the legendary Kevin Sullivan, former WWE Intercontinental and European Champion D'Lo Brown, WWE Hall of Famer The Godfather, and hey, Halloween's coming. What about Papa Shango? It should be surprises galore from Vegas. Visit our social media platforms for breaking news and updates. Pre-order your autograph photos now at bostonwrestling.com. Wrestling fans, Dan Marty, John Cena Sr., welcome to another all-new Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Friday. Hopefully the fans have not had a hard time finding us at our new time slot. We figured it made no sense to premiere the show at the same time as AEW Rampage, so it seemed like a lot of the fans liked us premiering at 11 p.m. after Rampage.
I think it's working. Based on what I see, the hits look good. Everything looks good.
Well, you get two great wrestling shows between SmackDown on Fox and AEW Rampage on TNT, and then you and I chew the fat on the world of professional wrestling right here in the world of Boston wrestling. As fans have noted, it was maybe the craziest week in the history of Boston Wrestling MWF when we learned on air during a live stream that AEW changed the date of their pay-per-view. And I think some fans were ready to call the ambulance as they could tell there was something wrong with my health, although they couldn't understand why. But as we've noted, we've had to make some mega changes to our two mega events. Saturday night, November the 13th, for our 20th anniversary birthday bash down at Memorial Hall in Melrose. And we have, as I'm sure the fans have seen by now, on Saturday night, April the 16th, it's Soul Survivor 10. So we're going to, what's better than one but two, Johnny, right?
I agree. What we've got planned for November 13th and then Soul Survivor April 16th, I'm going to tell you something. It's a double home run.
It's like two pieces of cake for dessert.
Wow, better than a Red Sox game. Double home run. You've got a lineup that you can't believe. You know, I just took a look at that. You saw previously what we said about it. Fans, I'm just going to say this. Don't miss this one. It's going to be, to quote my great friend JR, a slobber knocker.
I think in the best of both worlds, the fans get their tickets now and go on November the 13th.
Yep.
And then, talk about a great gift to give for the holidays, get the tickets for Soul Survivor 10, April 16th at Memorial Hall, and you get a great gift to give. Not only a great gift to give, but you give someone something to not only open, but something to look forward to in April.
I would agree with that.
And you get to think of the variety and the plethora of legends the fans will be able to see and meet up close and personal, memories that'll last a lifetime, along with white, piping hot in-ring action. So we got a lot of brewing, baby. I mean, that, I guess we're calling it, you could almost call it Back to the 80s and 90s for November the 13th, but I mean, America's hero, Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Everybody loves to meet and greet Jim. One of the friendliest guys, no matter how much ass he kicked in professional wrestling. You want to talk about an ass kicker, you got the Hall of Famer, the first African-American world champion in wrestling history, Ron Simmons, a.k.a. Faarooq, a staple of the Attitude Era. He even wrestled with that blue helmet for a little while when he first came in, and he was managed by Sonny. You have the man that you taught how to rock, Marty Jannetty, planning on being there live. Hopefully we don't have to pull you to too many gentlemen establishments that week.
Wrong guy. I thought it was you that taught Marty Jannetty how to rock.
Well, you know what the Doctor Style Slick said, that you actually helped him write the lyrics for Jive Soul Bro back in '87 on the Pile Driver album.
No, you might have a point there.
I might have a point there. Well, Slick, another very rare appearance, he guided superstars in WWF from '86 through '93, a litany of Hall of Famers, if you will. Plus, I mean, all of these talents that we weren't expecting to join us, that we almost on the spot had to try and navigate between the one. I'm really looking forward to the Berzerker. You talk about a monster of a man, 6'8", 320 pounds. He almost stabbed The Undertaker with a sword back in 1992. Thank God The Undertaker had the power to sit up like Michael Myers, or there may have never been 30 years of The Undertaker, because that sword almost did in
our friend, Mr. Calloway. And if that wasn't enough, we dealt with one Doink that was certainly an interesting character in Matt Bourne. Matt Bourne had a very, unfortunately, short WWE stint due to some medicine testing failings. But we're going to have the second Doink with us, the one that competed at WrestleMania 10 against Bam Bam Bigelow in Luna Vachon at the world's most famous arena, Madison Square Garden. So how cool is that? Fans at the very same venue, if you've been with us that long, can say they met not one but both of WWE's Doinks in the very same facility. That's kind of a cool fact.
Right?
No clowning
No
around.
clowning around.
And then
The
when it
real
comes
deal.
to low-life scum like Cam Zagami and Dylan Cage and the rest, we get the man that's known for taking out the trash, the Chris Christopher of the new generation of the World Wrestling Federation, Duke the Dumpster Droese. You think we should pull up with the trash can and get a trash truck, take Cam and toss him in, take everybody in the uprising and toss him in, hit the trash compactor, just squeeze them and be done with them.
Nah, because you see, I got to tell you one thing.
What do you got?
Zagami is not even recyclable. When we're done with him, there won't be enough to flush down the toilet in Melrose.
All right, wrestling fans, again, tickets are available now. If you've already purchased tickets, we are reaching out to each and every individual person to see what you want to do, which is keep things as is for November 13th. Save your tickets for the Back to the 80s event as part of Soul Survivor on April 16th. Or hold them off for another time. You have 3 different options. We'll let you pick what you want to do. Hopefully fans will come to both events, though, because already lined up for April, we've got Axe and Smash Demolition, the Warlord, the Barbarian. If AEW doesn't have anything unknown come to be, whether it be a live event or a pay-per-view, you know, I know Jake the Snake Roberts was very important to a lot of you guys, which is the biggest reason why we made the switch yet again. After so many Jake issues we've had over the years, here's one that really wasn't even his fault, but I'm telling you, there's something in the wrestling gods is saying about us and Jake Roberts. I don't know what it is, if it's good or bad.
I'm not sure, but we'll do our best.
I think once we finally have the man with us, it may be one of the great appearances in company history now that he's a clean and sober individual. The fans may have the time of their life as a result of it.
Jake has come a long way. Nothing but kudos for Jake the Snake, what he's accomplished, and the example that he's set for others who were faced with the same demons and troubles he was. Thank God for Dallas Page. Thank God for Jake Roberts sticking with it. Jake, kudos.
Well, it's been an amazing 20 years for us. For Jake, it's been an amazing, he's got to be about 60 at least now. He's got to be around your age.
I would agree.
Yeah, and he lived those years, I guess is maybe the polite way to say it.
He did live those years.
Johnny, Friday nights, as we've noted, it's a big night for wrestling. I think SmackDown is the most watchable WWE program as far as the 3 nationally televised programs go. What do you think about AEW's platform with AEW Rampage on TNT being a short 1-hour wrestling product? Nowadays, we have such long shows, especially with Raw going 3 hours, it almost feels like that it's over before it begins, which isn't a bad thing.
No, but I guess when I used to write for the Salem News, I remember the editor, Harold Hadley, saying to me, "Kid, remember, even the Bible can be written in 1 paragraph." So you know what? AEW is doing a great job in 1 hour. They're giving you a good storyline. They give you some great matches. They leave you wanting for more. I see no reason for a 2 or a 3-hour show.
Not to insult...
That's meaningless.
Not to insult Harold Hadley, but how could the Bible be written in a paragraph?
God created the world. His only begotten Son was crucified. There was erection and a new beginning. 1 paragraph, done.
That's it. So if you were short on space, you could just throw that
Not
in
even
there.
shot on space, brother. We said it all.
All right. Well, let me ask you this, Johnny. We mentioned Rampage itself being the nice 1-hour condensed package that it is. Couple matches, couple interviews, and you know what? Off to the races. They're done.
It's wrestling, though. But it's
I
wrestling.
like it.
It's the way it should be. You remember those Gordon Solie days when they had a 1-hour show? The greatest announcer of professional wrestling, Gordon Solie, and they had promos that were meaningful, but they didn't go 20 minutes. They weren't scripted. They didn't go 14 or 10. They were very abrupt, to the point, and to the ring.
And I think overall, I think Tony Schiavone does a really good job with those interviews.
Credit.
Yeah.
I like Tony.
He has
the
a
way
lot
he's
of
handling
credibility.
himself. Yep.
My one negative thought about Rampage would be, I have no idea why you need a 4-man commentary booth for a 1-hour show. It's almost like they don't know when to speak or who should say what when, or it's overwhelming to me. There's just there's too many lyrics in the soundtrack.
I think tops you need 2, maybe 3, but outside of that, 4.
Not for a 1-hour
No,
show.
2
I wouldn't
guys
even,
is plenty. 2
I
guys
think
is
3
plenty.
is too many, even
Yeah.
for a 2-hour show.
2 guys is plenty, but
Yeah.
remember one thing, it doesn't appear that anybody's yelling in their earpiece. That may be part of the confusion with the 4-person team. You got to remember.
But even if there were, do you need 4 people to describe a 1-hour show?
Well, but remember one thing. Everybody's entitled to their own opinion
Yeah.
in those shows. So you've got to take from 4 different individuals. I think you should have 2 primary callers. 2. The other ones are kind of backup, not saying a lot, not doing a lot, but throwing their 2 cents in the ring.
Well, that's kind of Mark Henry.
There you go.
Chris Jericho's kind of all over the place. Excalibur's voice goes up and it goes down and it goes.
I think the world of Jericho. He's doing a great job.
I'm talking about Excalibur. I still
I
do not
know.
like the idea of a masked play-by-play guy. I think it's cartoonish. I think it's childish.
Well, here's what's going to happen. Mark Henry's going to rip that off his face.
You think that's what's going to happen?
I think Mark Henry's going to rip that man to shreds.
He's going to become the world's most strongest commentator.
You wait what's going to happen. He's going to pick him up, put him through the commentary table, and rip that mask off his face. I personally, I hate to agree with him, but I really don't like it either. I really don't think it has any place for that. Might be different if it was Luchador, where the mask is prevalent. They don't let people see who they are, but this is just ridiculous.
Or if it was maybe a show meant for children. I
Or
could see
if
that being
Excalibur was
fun.
going to get involved in some matches. Really get involved.
Well, he's talking about the matches he's had in Europe and all over the world.
Oh, well, you know what? There's a time and a place for everything. I disagree with the time and the place.
Well, you know what? I could even see them making the argument, well, let's have 4 for the 2-hour show, Dynamite, because at least it's a 2-hour show. But for the 1-hour show, it's like, it's almost like it's on the commentary's on fast forward. There's so many different voices.
Yeah, well, you know what?
One man's opinion.
No, and you know, you got to respect that. And I kind of agree with you. I think that there's a lack of continuity. And when you start calling professional wrestling, I've done it. I did it for a couple of organizations before I get back in the ring. And so the thing is that you got to understand that you only cause confusion. There's no continuity. And so those ring announcers that are trying to bring those holes together, bring those storylines together, it's completely lost. Because I'll be honest with you, some of the comments are meaningless.
And I think Jericho, his wrestling work, speaks for itself. I think sometimes when he gets on the commentary, he gets a little silly. And I don't think that helps either when you're trying to get through a 1-hour show and try and get angles, matches, moves, storylines, and pay-per-views over, and you have everybody trying to get something in to say, and a lot of it's nonsense.
I agree.
But
I
again,
agree.
one man's opinion.
No, I agree with that. I agree with that.
I think the good thing is, I think the show exists. I think it's a good thing that TNT is willing to spend even more money on pro wrestling. I think it's a great thing that AEW expanding by adding Rampage is creating more jobs. So there's a lot of positives you can find in that show. My one takeaway from it on the negative side, and there's many more positives to it than negatives, but it is glaring to me that it's just, it's almost like having headphones on and having half of a song in one ear and half of a song in the other ear. You know what I mean?
With no continuity to the song.
Yeah.
I agree. I have no argument for me.
All right, wrestling fans, right now we're going to take a brief time out. When we come back, we're going to talk much more about a big week for AEW and more in the world of the king of sports, professional wrestling. Stand by.
Tickets are on sale now for our 20th anniversary Back to the 80s and 90s WrestleFest Birthday Bash, Saturday, November the 13th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts. The World Wrestling Federation was live at the Providence Civic Center in Providence, Rhode Island, Thursday, September the 10th, 1992. In the opening contest, High Energy beat Skinner and Barry Horowitz. The Mountie with the win over El Matador. Shawn Michaels defeated Virgil. Razor Ramon victorious over Macho Man Randy Savage. WWF Tag Team Champions, the Natural Disasters, retain the titles over the Beverly Brothers. Bret Hitman Hart beat Papa Shango. And in the main event, The Undertaker defeated WWF World Champion Nature Boy Ric Flair via disqualification. If you were in Providence Live, share your memories in the comment section below. Use the links in the description box to keep Wrestling Legends working in our eBay store and on our world-renowned Patreon streaming service so we can bring you more interactive superstar shoot interviews to relive the good old days of professional wrestling. Check it out. Boston wrestling sports in the MWF explodes into a new year with professional wrestling content galore and need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after our Monday Night Raw review, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. after NXT and AEW, join rotating legends on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's no-holds-barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll journey on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday night after SmackDown, don't miss John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, history videos, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view, watch-alongs, and more. For less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, get early ad-free access to our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times. Join our growing family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store. Check it out.
Here's your chance to own a piece of history from the 2020 WWE Draft. On the second night, October the 12th, The Fiend, Bray Wyatt, and Alexa Bliss unleashed hell on Andrade and Zelina Vega. This limited edition 11x14 collector's poster is number 26 of only 50 made, personally signed by both The Fiend and Alexa Bliss, direct from friends at WWE. Comes with certificate of authenticity hologram on the poster itself, suitable for framing. You'll also receive a bonus autographed mystery photo and an on-air shout-out as our thanks to you. Get this ultra-rare autographed Fiend and Alexa Bliss poster now. Wrestling fans, especially here in the Boston area, we want to thank our great friends at Red Rose for their support for all of our charitable endeavors and programming efforts. Red Rose is 2 years young and extremely thankful for all the support they've had from our neighbors here in Melrose and beyond for an amazing first 2 years. Red Rose thanks Melrose and all of the first responders who have fought the good fight and have never given up hope during these unprecedented times. We did it together. Follow Red Rose on Facebook for their anniversary special, facebook.com/Red Rose Melrose. You'll be glad you did. Open until 2 a.m. Red Rose will give you fresh, piping hot, mouth-watering food that'll put an ear-to-ear smile on even the toughest critic's face. Check out their full menu online at redrosema.com or give them a call, 781-620-1889.
All right, Johnny, what a week ahead we have. Tomorrow, I get on the bird for the first time, and since Linda Marotti ran off like the Ultimate Warrior back in June, headed to one of my favorite places, Sin City, Las Vegas, Nevada, the 55th Cauliflower Alley Club reunion. A little bit of a different taste and flair to it this year, but it's going to be a heck of a time nonetheless. We still got to get you out there for one.
Maybe next year.
Maybe next year.
This year is just, I'm booked solid. It's funny how things happen.
I am hoping they continue to keep it a September tradition. I think it helps the club in a few ways, where they want people to go out there on their own dime for the most part. Outside of, WWE is kind enough to help the club. They get a couple of tables and bring in some ambassadors, but 99+% of the people that are there on their own dime. If they just saw each other at a paid appearance at a fan fest a couple of weeks before at WrestleMania, when the club traditionally holds its reunion in April, I think it loses its luster a little bit. I think if you have the reunion every September, that's a nice gap between WrestleMania week, and you may, want to see people that you haven't seen in several months a little bit more, as opposed to a couple of weeks before. Well, you know what I mean?
I guess I'm kind of the guy that sits here and goes, Las Vegas is nice.
Yeah.
But why not come to Boston? Why not go to Arizona? Why not make this thing move around? You know, Las Vegas is Las Vegas. What happens in Vegas supposedly stays in Vegas. But, you know, why Vegas every year? Why not say we're coming to Boston?
Used to be a Los Angeles tradition.
Well, but then why not come to Boston? Why not go to Texas? I mean, I'm just using a hypothetical.
Well, I think it's because I know when I first got involved with it, actually they used to have an East Coast version every year in the fall. But someone, I don't want to name the man's name in case he doesn't want it named, but he'd have to front all the money, you know, for the hotel, for the ballroom space, the food, and so on and so forth. And no one really wanted to do it. In Las Vegas, the club has a lot of connections. It's very easy to work with the hotel and the casino that we go to each year. So to me, I hope it never changes. But again, that's why we have this show, different
If
opinions.
it's on your dime, it's a long ride, number one.
It is a long ride.
It's an expensive proposition, number two. And with the inflation we're facing now and everything else that's coming along with what I see for the economic future, I say you need to find different locations for it. It shouldn't be just one place every year. Connecticut, why not?
Connecticut?
Come
Who
to
the hell is
Boston.
going to want to go to Connecticut?
Well, what the hell? Vince McMahon's down there.
Well, I don't
Got
think
Titan
I don't
Towers.
think Vince is
I'm
going to
just-
take 700 Cauliflower
No,
Alley
no,
Club
but I'm
members
just-
for a tour of the
I'm just
Titan
throwing,
Towers.
I'm just throwing stuff out there. You know what? You could come to Boston, there's an awful lot to do. You could come into New York, there's an awful lot to do. So I'm just saying that perhaps Las Vegas, even though you seem to think it's a place to be, I happen to disagree on that. I think that if I were doing this thing, I might bounce around.
Well, I mean, most years it usually does close to capacity, so the club financially is doing very well. I don't think, I think if it becomes a problem, I think that they may look at your theory more than they would right now. I tell you this, though, Johnny, I'm not even going to, and you know we already have a hit list as it is of people that we can't mention, but I saw one of the unmentionables, of all unmentionables. You know, and I know you don't want to talk about Tony Atlas, but just,
Nope.
I have to let
that from this.
No, I have to prove a point to you.
All right.
Compared to seeing this individual, I would rather come down Tony Atlas's chimney tree filled with Christmas gifts than even walk by this person. And they're going to be in Las Vegas.
Well, there's a
And
favorable comment.
I almost showed you.
A favorable comment.
I almost didn't want to go. That's how bad. But anyway, I'll tell you off the air because I think you'll get a laugh out of it. But see, you can find the positive in everything if you look hard enough, right?
It might be a female, so
It's not a female.
Oh, good. All right, that's good then.
No. Oh, I know what you mean
Yeah,
now.
no.
No, she wouldn't spend the money. She'd expect someone to fly her out and give her some free teeth.
Well-
But anyway. And then this Monday night, I know I'm sure you're headed into the TD Garden, Monday Night Raw live.
I am not.
Why?
I am not.
You're not going to be at the Garden?
I will.
What if they need you?
What are you smoking? I have been asked by a lot of fans, and I mean, I really am humbled by the number of people.
Not chic-wise.
No. I mean, a lot of fans. I'm humbled by the text I'm getting and some of the people I meet. I'm going to see you September 13th at TD Bank North. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but that's not on my itinerary. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I dislike the product and dislike the storylines and then turn around and go to the Boston Garden, TD Bank North, and sit there through something that I really don't enjoy. So, and it's nothing against the men and women who work so hard to entertain us, because I love nothing more than meet them and say hi. A lot of those young folks I met before. And then obviously, if they go back to my favorite place for Asian food, the Kowloon restaurant,
talking, baby.
You can get a lot of things done there. So no, I'm not going to be there. Do I wish I were going to be there? Probably. However, when I gave it so much thought, and I said, why be hypocritical?
I heard a rumor that at one point when there was discussion that they thought you would be there as a guest for the dark match. Dark matches a main event that takes place after the cameras stop rolling, for the fans that don't know, that you were going to go out with Drew McIntyre and put the sword into the set and have the pyro go off.
See, once
is there
again-
any validity to that rumor?
I will only say this to the folks out there in a very crude way. I have a farm. I have a lot of bullshit out there. I don't need any more. I guess that clears that issue up right now.
I would like to see that. I'd like to see you go out with the sword and put it in the set and have the pyro go off. You know what? If you told me that was going to happen, I might reconsider the cauliflower.
Oh,
I would
really?
enjoy that moment that much.
Well, I can only tell you this. I have not lost respect for WWE, Vince McMahon, the whole family that runs the operation, and those young men and women that are involved. I just think it's a little stale. And until it comes back up to the caliber of where it should be, where it belongs, to benefit these young men and women who are out there, I don't even know what side of the bridge she's on, but the young lady who's doing the rip-off of Harley Quinn, got the dark circles under her eyes.
Oh, Alexa Bliss.
Yeah, I'm sorry. That just doesn't do anything for me. Anyway, enough said. I won't be there September 13th. WWE has not contacted me to be there. Believe me.
Does Drew want you to help him with the sword?
Believe me, ladies and gentlemen, I had my run. I was honored to have that run. If I were called again, would I go back? Only if it's needed. That's it. But that's not going to happen. We all enjoy things. So my whole thing is, for those of you that are going, you're in for the treat of your life. September 13th will be a treat. It's been a long, long time since WWE has graced TD Bank North with live action. So please be there. You know what? I will say this. You might see me at the Kowloon.
I'll say this, and I'm glad you said it, that no matter what our critique may be, almost like if we were watching a baseball team or a movie, sometimes you like certain things better than others. But I don't think either one of us for a millisecond has ever lost respect for anyone or anything in that company.
Absolutely not. I'm 100% behind them. I said it before, I'll say it again. It's kind of like my second family, WWE. I have nothing but good words. I just think that somebody now needs to take the sword, sharpen it, and start writing professional wrestling. Because you know what? We're going to talk about it later maybe. AEW, regardless of what all these marks are saying, you'll be done in 90 days. You're never going to make it. After your next pay-per-view, you're screwed. You're not competition. Ladies and gentlemen, take it from an old guy. I'm telling you right now, AEW is coming up from behind. Be aware of the sleeping tiger. That's all I'm going to say.
Well, we are going to talk a bit about AEW, but Johnny, I got to tell you, almost, I don't want to use the word mayhem, but not what it used to be as far as comps go. Obviously, WWE always kind enough to take care of us. They're going to take care of Baby Marati and such for Monday Night Raw,
Always
even
took care
though
of-
I can't be there. But here's the thing: you don't get tickets now. You have to create an account through Ticketmaster, and they send electronic comps through Ticketmaster.
With AEW.
And then, no, this is WWE now for on Monday Night at Raw. And then you have to, I guess, scan it once you get to the Garden. So I'm just worried that the kid, without me there, is going to be able to navigate this process. But then again, with kids and technology, he might understand it better than me. So I don't know.
We're not superstars. They can do without us, I'm sure. The road won't crumble. Little Marati will do just fine.
Well, he's looking forward to going. I know that.
Yep, and I'm
that's all
telling you
that
again,
mounts to.
fans, do not go. It'll be a night to remember. I can assure you that. Come on down to the Kowloon after the show. Who knows? I'm nobody special, but you might bump into me having my General Gao's chicken, my ginger ale, and a little bit of that Guy Poulo main. So we'll see.
Would you be interested in having any of Marjo Ouellette's lo mein?
Not even interested in Marjo. Don't care about her. Monique Sloth, she's around. Maybe I could go for that.
Maybe we could see you, maybe if you have an adult beverage or two, maybe swinging the sword at Kowloon.
I don't drink adult beverages. I don't partake of alcohol.
Would you swing the sword, though?
Not my place. I think Drew McIntyre. Drew McIntyre is the guy to swing the sword, just like the Sheik does the clubs.
All right. Well, you said AEW, as you mentioned, they were sneaking up on behind. They're almost giving WWE a little humbling right now as far as momentum goes, I think right now, if you look at the wrestling landscape, I have been critical about it being a difficult time for the industry, whether it be WWE's declines in popularity, even though the bottom line as far as the dollars and cents goes have never been higher. The interest is down across the board almost every way you look at it. I mean, Impact and Ring of Honor aren't doing anything to set the world on fire right now. I know New Japan has been interested in coming to the United States, but I mean, you know what? It's going to be tough for a company that consists of primarily Japanese wrestlers to get a giant foothold in the United States. You know what I mean?
Not
There's a
necessarily.
reason. Well,
not necessarily. Tony Khan has opened the door. You remember what's happening here. You got to look at what he's doing. He's creating a jigsaw puzzle, but yet he's got the pieces all in play.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that Vince. What did you just read? WWE cancels their Japanese portion. It's done.
oh, that's right, they did.
They
yeah.
canceled it. So you know what? I'm saying, Khan, smart man. You've got New Japan Pro involved in your shows. You've got a great contact there. You know, it's like the Lucha. They get the Pentagon brothers. They just beat the Young Bucks for the tag team championship.
What a match that was.
Tell me about it. You see
Oh,
what
did
I'm
you
going?
watch the show?
Yeah, I do watch it.
No, but did
know,
you see the pay-per-view?
No.
Oh, okay.
I'll get it on YouTube. I'll pick that up. I heard good things about that match.
You know,
and,
the way I look at it is like this. You know, I am big on the art of selling. And in a lot of Young Bucks matches, that's the one thing that is missing. Despite all the tremendous athletic things that they do, the art of the selling isn't there. If you like the type of match, though, that is high on athleticism and high risk and some blood, that was the match for you. I couldn't be too critical of that, other than I would have liked to have seen it slowed down from maybe a 10 to a 7.
Okay.
And then I think the moves that they did do would have meant even more, because it would have given the fans a chance to react to it.
I agree.
You know what I mean? Just slow it down just a little bit.
I'm gonna watch that on YouTube.
And that's not me trying to knock them. That's just maybe a positive suggestion.
Well, again,
I think if they could just slow it down a little bit, I think they'd be even more over than they are now.
I agree.
One man's opinion. But great match. The show overall, I thought there were almost like the TV show. There were a couple of misses, but man, did they have some hits. I mean, within a matter of about 3 minutes to introduce 2 new main eventers. One fresh off of one of the feature matches on NXT TakeOver a couple of weeks ago, and Adam Cole, baby. And then just when you think the show is over and Adam Cole is united with his elite buddies, the lights go out, and your old friend,
Yes.
a man that competed here when he was the United States champion in WWE,
I remember
down
that.
the street at Memorial Hall, no more Daniel Bryan, but the man that physically was in the main event of WrestleMania 37 at Raymond James Stadium in Tampa, Florida on that rainy night against Roman Reigns and Edge, Bryan Danielson joins AEW in the same angle. I mean, it made for a magnificent moment in that company's history.
It's called writing. It's called writing.
Booking. I like to call it booking.
Do whatever you
I
want
don't
to call
like
it.
the word writing.
Well, you book the talent, but
Yes.
you write what the talent's going to do.
right.
I can book you and I to wrestle, but
Let's
now
go.
where's the storyline? Somebody's got to write the storyline. Somebody's got to put it together. So I think one more time, if I were in the WWE, I'd be looking, saying, what are we not doing that they're doing? You know, it's nice to cut all this talent that was money, talent that people paid to see, talent that people sold merchandise for.
Well, just to be fair, when it comes to Cole and Bryan, their contracts had expired. They weren't released. Just
I understand that. But you know
just-
Daniel was leaving anyway. There
Well-
was he was going. There was no two ways about that. He was either going to go to New Japan or he was going to find something else because they were not using him the right way.
Do you think it'll make for an uncomfortable Thanksgiving at the Bella Home with Johnny Ace as the director of talent relations for WWE, and now Daniel, one of the main eventers for AEW? I think it'll be a little uncomfortable.
There'll be so many turkeys at the table, nobody will give a shit.
Yeah, that's for sure. And if there's any single women in the Bella side of the family, I'm sure there's some single men for them to look for.
You know what? God bless.
Cousins.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Aunts.
You know what?
We're still, you sound like Quincy almost, wishing people a happy Thanksgiving.
I'm not wishing people
it's
anything.
September 10th.
But joy and happiness. Joy. But you know what, Dan? I'm going to tell you something.
Yeah.
You know, the older you get, you blink your eyes, and it's already here. I remember saying to my sister, Eileen, I said to her, the first of the year, I said, sis, you know, don't blink too quick because it'll be Christmas before you know it.
Almost
Guess
like
what?
the end of the show, yeah.
It's there. Yep.
Well, I just think that, man, with all the resources and assets WWE has, how could they not find a way to keep, if not both of them, even one of them happy enough to stay?
They lost 3 people in my book that they should have bent over backwards. Bray Wyatt, Bryan Danielson, and Adam Cole.
Well, again, Bray Wyatt's a different circumstance. That was their own drug-induced decision to release the top merchandise mover, and that fans actually wanted to pay to go and see live at the arena.
Yeah.
That one still mystifies me unless there is something I don't know. When it comes to Cole and Daniel Bryan, it was those two men's decision to leave their company. And I can respect that. But if I'm Vince McMahon in WWE, how do I look at myself and say, geez, how do we let them both go? What kind of a perception does that give off to the wrestling world, to Fox, to USA Network, who are paying us a boatload of money to present the best superstars possible on these TV shows for $5 million a week, respectively? How do they not go above and beyond to try and come up with something, some way to keep them happy enough, whether it's money, whether it's dates, whether it's being able to do outside projects? In Daniel Bryan's case, maybe let him go and wrestle in Japan a couple of times a year or something like that. If you're USA or Fox, how are you not bullshit that they're leaving?
I think you've got to look at the big picture, and I'm trying to do that. You know, I think the talent right now is sitting back and saying, you know what?
Tony Khan, call me.
Yeah, not even that. No, Khan hasn't called me, so
that's not what I heard.
Yeah, no, he hasn't called. So I'm sitting back and I'm saying, let's analyze this. Take a guy like Daniel Bryan. Let's use him, Bryan's. So what happens is I offer you $6 million a year, but I want you for 5 years. You sign on the dotted line. There's a full non-compete. I'll pay you the money, and your ass is going to stay home. You see, it's a question of, do you really want me? Or are you going to buy me so I can't compete and nobody else can use me? I think what's happening now, unlike the older generation, the younger generation is saying, whoa, wait a minute. I've been through this. One, you're not using me the right way. I have no input in what I'm doing or how I do it. What's the point? You know, I always say this to everybody, and maybe that's why I don't have any. Money isn't everything. It doesn't buy what you truly need or want.
Well, that's what I said. I mean, maybe there are other variables outside of money.
And I'm sure Adam Cole,
dates, whether it be...
He wasn't happy. He wasn't truly
happy.
Well,
he spoke very highly of the company.
I understand that, but he truly wasn't happy. So he made a decision. Do you want to be locked down for 3 to 5 years and say, I own you, guess what? I'm going to use you on TV, but now I'm going to dress you up like Doink the Clown, and you're going to run around playing that gimmick. Or, guess what? We really can't find anything to do with you right now, so sit in your ass at home for the next 2 years, and I'll still pay you. That doesn't make sense, because if you love this business like I do, if you love this business of getting in front of the crowd, working with the younger people and trying to give a hand here and there, you don't want to be tied down like that. You want to get out there and perform. You want to contribute. You want to bring others into the business through what you do. They weren't doing that with some of these characters. And so, look, and again, I'm going back to Wyatt, maybe a special circumstance, but they took a character that had an unbelievable opportunity, and they killed it. They killed it. They took a Braun Strowman and made him a clown. That's absolutely insane. Who the hell does this? Who comes up with this stuff? So when Braun Strowman is let go, the wrestling world goes, oh! And Braun Strowman looks back and says, might not be the worst thing that's ever happened to me. Because now he's going to go somewhere or go wherever he chooses where they're going to use him for his value. You know, I don't care if you're 32, 23, 45, or 50. If you can still contribute, you have a right to be used. Braun may be 40, but you know what? That
I
guy.
don't think he's quite there yet.
Well, but that guy, unlike Goldberg, who I have the utmost respect for,
Billy
Bill,
Goldberg.
I do. I have the utmost respect. Can't go.
But they'll
There's
put him
your
out
answer.
there anyway.
Well, there's your answer.
One more question before we go, Johnny. I know we're running short on time, but kind of an interesting thought process that bumped into my head where you've seen so many people leave WWE, whether it be through some of these nauseating releases or top talents that have decided to leave on their own. Does it kind of maybe bring you back to 1995, 1996, when the Monday Night Wars began and you'd see Lex Luger and then Scott Hall, then Kevin Nash, then Ted DiBiase, then X-Pac, all head for the hills and go for that TNT Ted Turner money. Obviously, it's not Ted Turner's money now, but it's the TNT network, and you got another T involved in Tony Khan. Do you think that maybe for the fan abuse that WWE might be taking right now? Because let me tell you, 95, 96, it was not a beloved company by many due to the cartoonish, you might call it, presentation. And a couple of years later, though, it led to what would become the Attitude Era and the biggest boom in the history of the company. Do you think maybe in 2023, 2024, you and I are sitting here talking about a resurgence in WWE?
I think, first of all, when you had the wars, the way that was done was pretty bad. People just walked out, just showed up on shows. Alonzo Blaze threw a woman's title in the trash.
Well, WWE didn't re-sign her, so...
No, but you know what? And I agree with you, I guess. I guess I got a set of morals at some point. You know, that company took care of you. I didn't re-sign you, but why would you show up with the woman's title and throw it in the trash?
Why not have her lose it if they wanted it back?
Smart move. Yeah, smart move.
You know.
But the whole thing, well, you understand that when you leave, everybody gets to keep their own belt. So she would have the belt anyway. The belt belongs to her. WWE, yeah, you know, I got to tell you something. I think the problem we're faced with now is, you know, the guy selling hot dogs in New York was selling for $1. And people said, man, you got the best hot dog going. He went to $1.25. They said, man, you can't get this hot dog anywhere. And he went to $1.75, and a little old man opened up across from him and started selling them for $1. Pretty soon, he wasn't selling as many as he was. And this man's hot dogs became better than his, but he still stayed at $1. Consequently, this man went out of business. Take a look at WWE. They're, what's the word I want to use? Cash poor, meaning sarcastically, it's coming out their nose. They have so much money, they don't know what to do with it. You've got a guy in there who's president that only cares about numbers, doesn't care about people. Vince McMahon cares about people. Triple H, Stephanie.
Well, you know what, Johnny, no, you know what? And you know I have a lot of respect for WWE, but I'm going to disagree with you on this one. You can blame Tony Khan all you want and his suggestions and his ideas. At the end of the day, Vince McMahon makes the final call on these things, not not Nick Khan.
But you know what? The man has to answer to a board. And I don't know if the final shot is as strong as it used to be. You know where I'm going with this?
Yeah, all right, fair enough.
So when you start talking to a man like him, who I'm concerned is probably one of the best, and a man says to you, Dan, you're in charge of MWF. You know, I just want to let you know, we're not using Jake the Snake Roberts. What do you mean? He's a draw. Costing us too much money. We're going to pull him right out. Now you sit back and people are looking at you saying, wait a minute. You mean to and I'm gonna second guess, and I hope I'm not doing the wrong thing. Triple H, Pritchard, Stephanie, Shane O'Mac, Linda, all these people sit back and go, yeah, it's a smart move to get rid of Jake Roberts because he draws, because he sells a ton of merch. We'll cut the budget. You know, I only say this. When you improve the bottom line and get rid of your top paid talent, to me, you're getting ready to sell the car. And it may be a situation where we're getting ready to remodel, rebrand, restructure. As Khan said, when somebody said to him, is the WWE up for sale? No, but we're always open for business. So it makes me wonder. And I sit back and say, I'm sure if it was sold, the chairman of the board would still be chairman of the board.
I don't think he's given up that control.
Like I said to one person kiddingly, I said, you know, I've had a lot of experience with Vince. Not as much as my son or the other people. I did my stint. I worked with him. I have nothing but good words and respect. But you better take his cell phone away from him when you bury him, because that son of a bitch will find a way to answer it. I'm telling you. That's how energetic he's just a wonderful guy. But when I look at what's happening, if somebody walks in with, let's use a crazy number, $22 billion.
I don't think it would take quite that much.
No, but you know, I'm being facetious.
Yeah.
The deal is done. It's over and it's finished. The people they're bringing in now, under the leadership factors of president and all this stuff, they don't care about the people down below. All they care about is number crunching. You made a comment earlier, he has no friends, and I don't mean that in a bad, not Vince, but when you bring in number people, we're not specifically hitting Khan.
Okay, I see what you mean.
Yeah. So my job is very specific, and my job is focused. And the more of those people you bring in to human relations, to those higher positions, the picture begins to change. A lot of the benefits that the boys and ladies used to get, I'm going to joke about catering. I used to love to go to catering.
You like the free meal.
Oh, it wasn't the freebie. It was the fact they took care of the people. I remember Mick Foley's kids we were at Wrestlemania, and I said, come on, Dewey and his sister, I said, we're going to go to catering. Do you know they've never been there?
Really?
I took them to catering. They went back and told their father what I couldn't get Dewey out. But it was just a great experience. And, you know, when you bust your ass and you pay your own expenses sometime, that extra perk meant something. When you went into Boston, it was clam chowder, it was clam cakes or whatever. Louisiana was ribs, and it just had that extra feeling. And then more and more of the perks that were given to you and I as performers, all of a sudden, are being cut. And I'm going, whoa, slow down. You know, without me, there wouldn't be you. And some people would say, you need WWE more than they need you. I don't think that's the case anymore. I think when you look at what's happening right now, and I'm going to go with you, to let two prime people, go, something's wrong with this picture. Something's definitely wrong with this picture. So it leaves a question mark in my mind, because that's not the operation that I'm familiar with.
All right, wrestling fans, we turn the baton over to you. What do you think? If you're watching during the premiere, share your thoughts in the premiere chat. If you're watching after the fact, leave your thoughts in the comment section below. If you could be so kind and enjoy tonight's episode, give us a thumbs up. Subscribe to the YouTube channel. It's absolutely free. It'll help YouTube inform the millions of fans that don't know we exist quite yet that we do. They'll highlight our videos to more and more new fans to come on over. Check out what we do here in Boston Wrestling as we prepare for the big one, our 20th anniversary birthday bash, Saturday night, November the 13th, from the historic Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts. Of course, you talk about Nick Khan. Well, you know what? Here in Boston Wrestling, the eBay store is open for business. Absolutely, and never mind, if you want to have the streaming experience of your life, full screen, ad-free access, let me tell you something, baby. Get it early. Patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. For my partner in crime, John Cena Sr., I'm Dan Marotti. We'll be back to talk more about the King of Sports next Friday night after AEW Rampage. This week, though, folks, be on the lookout for special live videos, maybe even out of nowhere, from Sin City, Las Vegas, Nevada. You might even see this guy on the strip. Or with the strippers. But anyway, we'll see you next week. Good night.
Thank you for joining us. Please give the video a big thumbs up, leave us a comment, and subscribe to the channel to enjoy more great content. Don't forget, you can help keep wrestling legends working. Check out our eBay store and join the Boston Wrestling family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling so we can produce more in-depth shoot interviews.